Hello! Happy Maupiti Tuesday, everyone. I'm your host, Robot Spacer. Mizray, great to see you. I'm hoping that RS actually beats this game in like the first 10 minutes of gameplay and then has to figure out what to do with the rest of stream time. I am somewhat prepared for that, if necessary. Oh, I just figured out what's weird. The overhead light is on. That's not acceptable for Tuesdays. I thought the lighting seemed odd, but I couldn't figure out why. Okay, gotta have the appropriate moody lighting. Silver, good to see you. 6-7. Let me get some shout outs here. Kyle and Error. Drawn on, thank you for the encouragement. I appreciate it. I will need that. Zerfall, good to see you. Is this finale a guarantee? Absolutely not. However, I am feeling very confident and I'm gonna do my best to make it actually happen. However, I am fully prepared to add finale part 2 for next week if I have to. Like Dronan said, one of the last times I took the quiz last week that I only had one of the questions wrong. For all I know, there's like 20 other questions when I get that last one right. But I feel like we're very, very close, and I think we got lots of time to work out the rest of it. We're gonna start with like just kind of talking things over and kind of thinking about what's the most likely stuff that I have wrong, and then we'll figure out the primary things that seem like they need some additional thought or investigation, and then we'll go from there. Val, thank you. I hope everyone is enjoying this 7th month of December. It's been a long December, but a good one, I think. And next December is just around the corner. Torsten Bronger, hello. Not even sure whether the game itself knows when the game is beaten. That is a great question. What if it doesn't? That could be a problem. Necrotoaster, the final finale stream of Maupiti Island. Yes. There's a common joke amongst graphic designers. I feel like it's particularly a graphic designer thing, but I think kind of any digital artist is probably familiar with this, where you end up with a file name that's like final version 3 for real this time .psd, and your message made me think of that. It's very much a similar situation. Drone on, oh no, not another quiz. There's reason to believe maybe this year will be better than the last. Okay, so where to begin? Let's look up the last couple quizzes I didn't bother to write down. Oh no, I did give myself a summary at least. Also, the first thing I do want to acknowledge is I said last time that when I got one wrong and then changed the answer and still got not all correct, I said, well, we know that one was right. Immediately after stream was over, I realized that's not true at all. It just means I didn't get the correct answer that time. Like, each question has multiple options, so like I could have just switched the one wrong answer to a different wrong answer. So that's definitely a possibility. I do feel like with Who is Menelik, I feel like I will be very upset if it's not either the Wind or the Tribe, and we have tried both of those now. But the other one I was feeling the least confident on is Who is Lucy? And that one I really don't know. I'm really curious how we get the answer to that. Hello, Fuzzle. Great to see you. Last Maupiti Tuesday ever. I will say, while I do hope this will actually be the finale, I do have additional Maupiti Tuesday plans. Once I beat the game, we will do another stream where we play the Amiga version and talk about that. If for some reason I happen to beat it very quickly today, we might do that today, but I really don't see that happening. And then I've also talked about doing a speed run, which honestly, the more I think about it, might be a very quick thing to do, but we'll see. So there are more plans, but probably no more than a single additional stream, I imagine. So the quiz. The plan here is to talk about the quiz, figure out what I'm very confident on, what I'm not so confident on, and then think about if there's anything I can do to be more confident on certain answers, basically. So the first question is, who is Anita? Actually, maybe I should go through the quiz while I do this, because the last time I did the quiz, I didn't write down the questions. I generally have not been doing that, and it'll just save me some flipping back and forth and trying to remember stuff. Plus, we'll have something to look at while I'm talking. So medallion should already be open. I'm just going to go to the well and wait. I almost missed that gunshot. Not really. Thank you for the scream. Okay, here we go. Down the well. Push the stone in the passageway. What if I get it right this first time? That'd be kind of hilarious. Turn these. Oh, I need to put the medallion in first before I pick anything up. And we dump that into there and put the rest into here. Deavor, hello, hello, hello. Welcome, y'all. Thank you so much for coming by. I'm going to focus here for just a moment, and then I'll greet you properly. Oh, the game is being rude to me. Thank you so much for coming by. I do want to say I was lurking in your chat, and I went live, and immediately after I did that, you were like, Robot Spacer's being so rude, still not live yet. And I almost mentioned it in chat, but I was too busy getting ready. It was very funny. I hope y'all had a great stream. Looked like you made some good progress on your squirrel programming and stuff. If anyone is not following Deavor, y'all definitely should. Wonderful streamer. Okay. Okay. I just got to remember what I was doing here. Okay, so that has 3 measures of water, so we want to dump that out and fill up the one we have. And fill that up and dump that out. And then the one we have goes on the... Why can I never remember this? Left, maybe? Okay. I think we got it. Okay. There we go. Okay. So now the game... Time is paused in the game, so I can take a minute here. Thank you for the good luck wishes. So if anyone is new here, hello, I'm Robot Spacer. We are playing Maupiti Island. This is, I think, the very end of the game. I've been playing this game for 30 streams now. Very shortly, we will hit the 140-hour mark. We've had, let's see, 140 deaths. At least. I probably missed a few here and there. But this is a very hard game. It's considered by some of the few people who have actually played it to be one of the most difficult games ever made. And I strongly believe they are correct. But we're super, super close to finally putting all the pieces together here. And I think today is the day that we're finally going to do it. Should have reserved some dough for a celebratory cookie. No, that's too bad. we'll have to settle for cookie ice cream. Unseen Crush said, I think the Counting Crows album that had the track Long December on it was the one I bought. Drove home for an hour in a car without a CD player, and then it turned out to be a misprinted Elton John CD single. That's such a weird thing to happen. And it sucks that you had to drive an hour only to discover that. Tristan Bronger said, last week a German streamer played the Amiga version for 20 minutes. It was indeed slightly more beautiful, even more so sound. Yeah. I'm really excited to check out the rest of that. Okay, so stop. The game isn't over. It goes on. In fact, do you have everything necessary to solve the mystery of Marie's kidnapping? I don't know, maybe. You will be asked a certain number of questions about this investigation. Answer according to your most profound convictions. These questions will help you solve the mystery. Who is Anita? So this one I feel very good about. I'm trying to think of what is the best way to write all this down. I think I will start by writing down the full questions and answers. So this is quiz attempt number 14. Who is Anita? And at one point we got a very clear answer to this, that she is a revolutionary. So, like, I guess it's possible that person was lying to us, but it definitely seems to fit with what we know about her. So I honestly feel 100% confident on that one. I'm just going to go ahead and write a little 100 down there. Revolutionary. Who was Anton with the night of the 31st? So this is another one that I feel completely confident about. He mostly is in his cabin. At some point, I think around 2:30 in the morning, he goes to see Sue. I should be consulting with my last quiz here just to make sure that we're giving the same answers unless I want to change one of them up for any reason. So we are going to say Sue because I don't see how it could be anything else. I have mentioned before that, like, it's technically the February 1st when that happens, since it's 2:30 in the morning, but I don't think the game could be referring to any other night. That's the only night that we experience in the game. So I feel like that's just, worrying about a weird technicality. And I don't see how it could be anyone else on that night in particular. Other than his murderer, who was the last person to see Juiced alive? This is one that I'm not 100% confident about, but every time we've done well on the quiz, I've gone on the assumption that Roy is the murderer, and that would mean that Anita was the last person. We know Anita sees Juiced. Basically, my understanding of the situation is that Juiced is in his home until right around 1:30 in the morning. Roy breaks in through the window. Juiced leaves the house. At that point, Anita happens to be passing by and sees Juiced booking it. I believe Juiced goes to North Beach, and well, I guess based on one of the other questions we've gotten, it seems like he drops his medallion as he is murdered right around 1:30 in the morning on North Beach. me catch up on chat a little here. Dizor, hello. I have not won yet. You haven't missed anything. We're just going over the quiz again and talking about my confidence level on each of the questions to try to narrow down what we want to change or possibly investigate more and stuff like that. Still don't have a robot spacer notification on your phone. That is a scam. What the heck? Get it together, Twitch. I think in the Amiga version, you might be able to turn wall switches and open portholes. Oh, interesting. That's exciting. I can't wait to see that. The guy at the Best Buy did not believe me when I said that that was why I was returning it, but he at least took it and put it in a CD player himself and then came back and say, you're right. There's in fact not a Counting Crow CD. Yeah, that was a very funny story. Weird that both Anton and Nobody are both options. I'm confused by this statement. Why would Anton be weird? Nobody is a weird answer because, you know, somebody other than his murderer saw him at some point. Oh, for who was Anton with? Got it. Okay. Yeah, that does make sense. But I think it's just, you know, they always give us the same list of people, which I think is fine. You know, it's on the player if they pick an answer that makes no sense at all, I think. Xenolon, hello. Good to see you. Have you gotten between 75 and 100% yet? Is that possible, or does that count as the win condition? We did get that, according to the game, finally last week. So last week, when I took the quiz for the 11th time, we got, I think, a total of 19 questions, and the game told me I had 75 to 100% of them correct. And then I allowed Dronon to tell me exactly how many I got right, and they said I had 18 of 19 correct. So a single question wrong. And then I did the quiz 2 more times. I took the 2 questions I was least confident about the answers to and tried something different. But both times we got basically the same result. One of those, I am relatively convinced now we had the right answer to begin with. The other one, it's possible that was the one I got wrong and I just switched it to a different wrong answer. I feel like that's going to be the one we end up investigating the most. Okay. Just catching up on chat here. From the day he was born to the day he died, he was only seen by one person, his murderer. That'd be a rough life. Okay, so other than his murderer, who was the last to see Juiced alive, like I was saying, we're pretty sure Roy killed him. I have come up with other theories about who killed him. Really, I think Anita is maybe the most plausible there. But every time I've done especially good on the quiz, we've gone with the Roy theory, and like, just there's so much about Roy that it seems very suspicious, and like there's lots of scenarios where if we're in a certain place at the wrong time, we'll get knocked out or killed. And like all of those, I'm positive it's because Roy is there, and you know, we're about to witness something that the game won't allow us to see. So I feel very confident about that. It's not at 100. We'll say 90. Anita, not Roy. I have done this a couple times where I'm talking about a bunch of stuff and then there's the wrong name in my head because I've been talking about a different person. Anita is the answer to this question, other than his murderer, who was the last person to see Juiced alive. Because again, we know Anita was outside Juiced's house when he's like running away from his murderer. Who kidnapped Marie? I will say, just going back a little bit, like maybe there's a possibility like he goes past someone else, but I feel like that's something we would have come across. So I feel like unless Anita was the murderer, she has to be the last one that saw him. And we've been able to confirm pretty well, I think, that most other people are asleep. I guess we don't know what Fred was up to. Who kidnapped Marie? So this is another one where, like, I'm definitely not super confident, but, like, every other theory I've come up with seems to result in us getting a worse score on the quiz. Yeah, like I had one where, yeah, I guess I came up with the idea that Lucy was the kidnapper. Like I feel like it felt like a solid theory, and I was super confident as I was going through it. But then the game was like, "You got 0 to 25% correct," and I was like, "Well, maybe we should go back to the Marie is the lady in black theory." And I feel like that has to be it. Just so much about Marie fits with her being this like mysterious person who's like up to stuff. She's got this weird encryption piano she had shipped from Chicago 2 years ago. And I guess I don't 100% know why she faked her kidnapping. I think I've maybe had some thoughts on that. We'll come back and think about that after we get through the quiz. Maybe we should talk about it now, actually. But I am going to say nobody. Marie kidnapped Marie. I think nobody is a more sensible answer. So let's kind of think about the whole timeline of events, basically. Let me have a sip of water here. GoDappy, hello. December to remember play events. I don't understand your question. I just noticed the tag. December is, let's see, do I still have a command set up? I think I do. December is a little event that a bunch of folks do every year, where a bunch of people just dedicate the month to playing DOS games. And there's often little events related to DOS games and stuff as well. And they also sell shirts like this one and some other merchandise. And then they take the proceeds of those sales and spend the money on a member of the retro DOS streaming community to do something nice for them. I think last time they just did a bunch of gift subs for a couple different streamers, if I remember correctly. In the past, they've like bought some MIDI equipment for someone that was, making retro music using older hardware and stuff like that. So it's just a fun little event every December. And this December, I started playing Maupiti Island, and I still have not finished. So that's why we're still celebrating it. Eventually, when I finish the game, we will remove the tag until next December. Okay. So who kidnapped Marie? Let's think about the whole timeline here. So I've got a couple screenshots here that are helpful. Oh, not the one I was looking for. I guess I didn't screen cap the notes from the Lady in Black. But it kind of seems like I think the best theory I had for the sequence of events that matches up with our current answers here is that originally the lady in black had asked Bruce, who is the captain of the fishing boat, to take a shipment of, I think, ammunitions to someone. And because of the hurricane, the boat got damaged and he was not able to do that. So the lady in black, who we believe is Marie, then contacted Bob, the captain of the Brisbane, which is the boat we came in on, to hoist the yellow flag if he would agree to help her. It seems he failed to do so. And then I might have just realized what happens here. And then the lady in black said, if you won't agree to help, then I can no longer guarantee Marie's safety. And I think my assumption has been that when that threat is made, Marie is already missing. But I think that might be an incorrect assumption. And I think Marie maybe fakes her kidnapping to trick Bob, to make that threat seem really convincing. So that he will then be like, oh, okay, I will help you. Just return Marie safely. I think that makes a lot of sense and fits with, our current view of what happens. So I feel pretty good about that. I am really curious to So there's one note that mentions a shipment tomorrow, which is referring to February 1st. And that note is, I believe, the same note that tells Bob to raise the yellow flag. And then the follow-up note. Yeah, I'm not sure. It might be tricky to definitively figure out the timing of things. If only the lady in black had dated her notes, this would be so much easier. If I'm right about that note being written on the 31st, then I think the second note has to be written, as I originally assumed, after Marie goes missing. And I think if the first note is written on the 31st, then yeah, Marie's already gone because she disappears the night of the 30th. But I guess the other thing is it's possible I'm wrong about the timing of the note asking for help. Something to think about more. First Maupiti Island stream was November 7th, 2023. Right. I started Maupiti Island in November, and then my other December game was Conquest of Camelot, which I started actually in December. Thank you for the reminder. December to Remember sales event is some annoying annual car sales event. I was making a play on that. Got it. Thank you for clarifying. Merry Chrysler. We only celebrate the Honda days in this household. Elon says, I wasn't. I am to this day extremely annoyed by those commercials where someone gets a whole ass car as a Christmas gift. Like they're sitting in the driveway with a giant bow on them. Yeah, it's a little ridiculous. Apparently, a yellow flag is an alphabet flag for the letter Q. Also, vessel is healthy, request clearance into port for international entrance. Interesting. Fascinating. Thank you for the flag lore. Okay, so I do feel like Marie disappearing to fake her own kidnapping in order to manipulate Bob, I think that makes a lot of sense. Honestly, regardless of the timing, I think that is potentially believable. Okay, so who kidnapped Marie? Nobody. Again, I'm pretty confident about this just because, like, the theory we're working on for these quiz answers has always gotten us the best scores. And, you know, last time, my number 11 attempt, I got 75 to 100%, 18 out of 19. So, like, only one of those answers was wrong. And, like, if one of them was wrong and the rest were right, like, there's no way my theory about Marie was incorrect. So I'm going to say 90%. Another thing we're going to do once I'm done with this and have all the questions written down is go back and think. So if only one of these is wrong, like, if I'm wrong about who kidnapped Marie, and then they ask us who is the lady in black, and I say it's Marie, like, I feel like if I'm answering either of one of those wrong, like, it seems unlikely that I would have the other question right. So that makes me think that those two are probably not the one I got wrong. Whereas there's other questions like, you know, who is Lucy? What does Lucy do? You know, that's a question where if I got that wrong, I could still very much have all the other questions right, and it still, like, fits together. So, like, those questions are going to be the ones we focus on. Okay. So who kidnapped Marie? Nobody. Who signs their name the lady in black? Who signs their name the lady in black? I have occasionally wondered if the wording is important. Like, it's interesting that they chose to word this as who signs their name the lady in black as opposed to who is the lady in black. You know, I think they're ultimately asking the same question, but it is something to maybe think about. You know, we could have someone pretending to be the lady in black who is not normally the lady in black, I guess. Oh, Dronon says yellow flag means quarantine. Interesting. Hey, I got you the lease on this car. You owe 5,000 grand. Don't even own the car. That'd be rough. Finally used logarithms for video game development today. Nice. That's exciting. That is cool. I know I've ranted about this before, but in high school, I was really good at math and enjoyed it. A rare math enjoyer. And then, first of all, I kind of a little bit regret not doing like more advanced math classes in high school. Like, I think that was probably an option I could have pursued if I wanted to. But, you know, I knew I wanted to go to art school. So I spent more of my high school time focusing on art. And then I went to art school, and like my art school, all my instructors acted like math was like the worst thing imaginable and no one could possibly want to think about numbers. Like they would show you, you know, different tricks you could use to like, you know, measure things out as opposed to, you know, doing the math, which, you know, like that's fine. That's like a useful trick. But then also like the school had not even a single math class, which kind of bummed me out. I would have liked to continue learning math in college, but alas, I did not. And I feel like since I ended up at this point, I do more programming than art. That has kind of been a bit of a bummer. This is art school. I was told there would be no math. Exactly. Culinary Disaster. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Happy Maupiti Tuesday. Jerome says, I love math, but not geometric proofs or algebra. That was my bane. Not due to the subject matter. I had 2 really bad teachers. Ooh, that's a bummer. Just catching up on some chat I missed here. Okay. So who signs their name, the lady in black? Again, I'm quite confident this is Marie. And, you know, if I were wrong, I guess if I'm wrong, it's still possible that, you know, nobody kidnapped Marie, that she faked her own disappearance. But then I would think that kind of suggests that Marie is like potentially the lady in black's accomplice or something. So, you know, that's a future question that we would also have wrong. So I feel pretty good about that one. I'm going to say like 90% confidence. What does she do? This one, I feel pretty confident about at this point. So we've been saying arms traffic for a long time. For a long time, we had, you know, noticed some evidence of potential like arms trafficking, like the bamboo, the fishing boat has a crate in the hold that is labeled explosives. It is currently empty. There's a bullet on the floor next to it. Let's see, what else do we have? We have the one message from the piano that says tribes need guns, the wind. So I feel like that took a lot of effort to get that message and figure out what it said. So I was initially kind of overlooking it because drug traffic is a topic that comes up in our list of topics we can ask people about, whereas arms traffic is not one of those topics, which I still find kind of weird, but I think I was focusing too much on that detail, which is ultimately just a choice by the developers and not like evidence in the game world. If we're just focusing on evidence in the game world, then I think there's way more evidence that it's arms traffic and not drug traffic. Another thing I realized at one point is like we have this photo from Chris's cabin that we're pretty sure is the lady in black, and she's wearing like a very military style outfit. You know, that doesn't mean she's not into drug trafficking, but it just like arms traffic seems to fit with that a little bit more. And let's see, is there anything else that came up? Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. To me, the message from the piano seems like the biggest thing. And also like the stuff that's in the hold of the bamboo really fits well with the understanding of what transpired. Like the bamboo had that shipment of arms, but because of the damage to the hull was not able to make the delivery. So they had to take that stuff out, put it somewhere. I'm really curious where it went. And I still don't understand the strongbox in the pond. I really wish to understand the strongbox in the pond, but I don't have a great theory on that yet. Especially if the arms that are being transported were in the crate in the bamboo. Like, why take them out of that crate and put them in another crate? I don't know. But regardless, like, I feel pretty good about that idea of what's going on here. And we're definitely going to stick with arms traffic. I would say this is another like 90% confidence. Honestly, maybe a little bit higher. We'll stick with 90 though. I mean, these are all very rough. Verdant Tree, hello. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Color says, to be fair, I did not take a single art class in college. I feel like math is very applicable in art though. And especially like this is another thing I've talked about before. My art school was like very behind the times. They had very few computer related classes, even though like I had been doing like, you know, this was a graphic design program. It wasn't like a fine arts program. Like I was specifically learning graphic design, and like so much of the stuff I did was just like drawing letters on paper and very little like teaching about how to use software to do graphic design. You were very much like, it was frequently assumed that we would, you know, use our own computers to do our schoolwork to some degree. But we didn't get a lot of, you know, computer specific teaching. Yeah, I feel like when you're working on graphic design stuff on a computer, it's frequently pretty helpful to know a little bit of math at least. Like you can't fold things on the computer to do your measurements. But I guess you also have a calculator on the computer. Might have been loaded onto another ship. Yeah. I'm really surprised we have never come across any evidence of that. Like the only other ship is the Brisbane. Like as far as I can tell, like Marie / the Lady in Black was willing to go to great lengths to convince Bob to help, because that was like literally her only option. You know, it's not like this is a high traffic island where there's ships coming in and out regularly. There's no evidence that there's ever like any planes coming through. I think for a long time I had the idea that the strongbox was like dropped out of a plane. I don't think that I'm not sure I ever mentioned that on stream, but it was definitely a thing I was kind of imagining happening in terms of like why it suddenly appears in the pond. But like we've never had any evidence that something like that goes on. And certainly there doesn't seem to be anywhere for a plane to land. So, you know, even if it is dropped out of a plane, like there's no way for a plane to, you know, pick it up and then take it somewhere else from there. So yeah, I think the Brisbane is the only other option for delivering that shipment on time. So it makes sense that it either is hidden somewhere for a time or it ends up on the Brisbane, and we just have never figured that out. And again, there's that whole screen in the Brisbane down in the engine room, and I would not be shocked to find out that it's down there somewhere, that it's like down there the whole time, or maybe it's down there after the strongbox disappears. But like I've never found anything down there. I've never seen any evidence of like something being moved down there. We spent a whole we spent the whole game down there at one point and kept observing every half hour and never got any clue about anything going on. But yeah, now that I think about it, like the crate in the bamboo is empty from the start of the gameplay. So if that's the shipment in question, it's already been put somewhere else. So if it's in the Brisbane, it's there from the start. And it's possible, like we've got all these levers and stuff we can move in the Brisbane engine room. Maybe there's some way to do that correctly and open up a hidden passage or something. Or just a little hidey hole, but I've never figured it out. I've never found anything suggesting that is something we could do. Verntree says, honestly, the amount of mathematical concept I've learned, not through math lessons, which never stuck, but through art and games, is kind of upsetting. Interesting. 6-7 says, ever play Pentiment? Oh, this is playing to Day of War. Ever play Pentiment? Game is full of that trick and I dislike it. What trick is this referring to?
Hello.
Hello, Derek Ironbot. Welcome. The quiz is going well, I think. We're mostly just kind of reviewing the answers I gave last week and trying to think things through and figure out what I'm least confident about. Just trying to build up a picture of events again and work from there. Ideally, once I'm done with this quiz, we'll have an idea what is the most likely thing that I got wrong. And then we can try to investigate that. Maybe just do the quiz a bunch more times until I happen to get it right. We'll see. I hope that there's at least something I can investigate to make sense of it. That would be more satisfying than just guessing a bunch. Adventure gaming taught me Roman numerals. Nice. I feel like adventure gaming taught me quite a bit of things in general. Definitely a lot of words, for example. Especially like text adventures. Davor said, Digger Mousy and I played that together, was super engaged as a hopeless The Name of the Rose enjoyer. But the game really started dragging on partway through Act 2 and especially Act 3. Oh, interesting. I'm sure the devs assumed people would not replay generally, or at least were designing more for that audience, which is defensible. Yeah. I really love a game that is designed to be played through at least a second time. I think I frequently enjoy movies that are kind of built around that also. Obviously, this kind of thing works mainly for like a mystery. But it's fun. It's fun to have a game where you kind of make a discovery partway through that kind of changes your perception of things that you've already experienced. And then, you know, it feels exciting and fresh to go through it a second time with that knowledge from the start. Text parser games helped kid me learn to spell a bit better, since you can't progress if you can't spell things right. Yeah, definitely. Okay. What does she do? Arms traffic. We've pretty much already discussed this. Where are the weapons delivered? Okay, so you have Asmara, Aden, Djibouti, Mauritius, the Comoro Islands, the Seychelles, someplace else. Our main piece of information, we really only have one thing in the game that seems to answer this question. And that's the note that we find in Chris's cabin. This is the note that's along with the picture of who we assume is the lady in black. And I have a screenshot of it, so I'll go ahead and read it. It says, mission order, lost contact with agent 0012. Our agent in Adina has intercepted the enclosed message. Follow Cicerone procedure. Lady in black. Menelik orders the merchandise delivery. Payment in dollars will be done on receipt. Asmara, Menelik, chosen by God, vanquisher of Judah's tribe. So I missed it for a very long time, but this also helps tie in with the second message from the piano that says tribes need guns, the wind. There's also a later question we get that asks who is Menelik, and two of those answers are the wind and the tribe, which is very interesting. But my current interpretation of this kind of broken up message is that Menelik has ordered guns, and Asmara is just a word by itself, but given that as one of the locations we can choose from, to me it makes sense. Like it says payment in dollars will be done on receipt, ... Asmara. So like this kind of suggests that Asmara is where the receipt of the shipment will happen. We're very much filling in blanks here, but like given the position of that location in this message, I think that's a pretty fair conclusion to draw. And like most of these other places, the Comoro Islands, I don't think ever comes up in the game that we've seen. Seychelles comes up frequently related to white slavery. Mauritius is where Lucy supposedly got off the boat when she left the island. I guess Djibouti is also, I think, a place that comes up related to, let's see, I've got another screenshot here of a newspaper. Yeah, so that's another location that comes up related to white slavery. But we never get anything to connect what the lady in black is doing with any of that. And like the only references to white slavery are newspaper articles. Like that's never anything we really come across in the game, aside from the newspapers. So Aden is the only other one. Like I assume that's meant to be the same as this mention of Adina. There's been some occasional like spelling differences, I guess. So I think that's meant to be the same place, but like that's where the message was intercepted, not necessarily where the delivery is happening. So I feel like Asmara is the best bet here. So we're going to stick with that. I will say my confidence is maybe like 70, 80. I'll just say 75. That seems like a thing that we could have wrong that like wouldn't affect any of my other answers. So we'll stick with Esmera for now. Davor says, I distinctly remember as a 4-year-old typing look over and over in the kernel's bequests that would tell me how to spell objects like chandelier. That's great. Puzzle says, I vividly remember playing the shareware for Adventures of Mad Dog Williams and having a hard time spelling sword. That's great. I ought to play that sometime. My favorite island vacation spot someplace else. It is a good one. Colin says, I remember playing King's Quest 3 as a kid and being confused that I needed to pet dog rather than pat dog. Oh, interesting. Australian versus US English, I assume now. Fascinating. That's great. Derek Ironbet says, the weapons are delivered to these arms, dude. It's where the guns are. Nice. Need to make sure I get a variety of English speakers for testing. Yeah, that does seem important for a text parser game for sure. Pat isn't so weird in US English. I'd expect that it would accept either. Yeah, like that's definitely not a weird thing to say, but like, it's the kind of thing where like that's a bonus. No, wait. That is actually, I'm not going to say anymore, but like that is an important action. But also, it was never that unusual for a text parser game to like miss, other ways to say something. I feel like, especially in Sierra games, there was a lot of just struggling to figure out the word the game wanted you to use. I feel like Infocom games, for example, tended to be a little bit more flexible with the parser, like definitely understood like more complex and more natural ways of saying a lot of things. But yeah, I feel like often like just a slightly different way to say something would not necessarily get you the intended result. It's kind of like the trickiest thing with a text parser. Hello, Afton. Good to see you. Was Djibouti related to the name Menelik? I don't think we ever came across any connection between the two. Menelik only comes up, I think, in this note that we find in Chris's cabin. And the only locations mentioned there are Adina and Asmara. Whereas Djibouti only comes up in the 2 newspapers we can find, which don't ever mention Menelik. Yeah, I believe Djibouti is a country. Also, I'm probably saying it wrong. I'm always just doing my best. Oh, I can listen to the anthem. No pronunciation guide. Okay. Davor said southeast of Egypt, near where the hypothetical Maupiti in the game is. Right. There's so much chat. I keep missing things. I'm not going to worry about it too much. I was trying to figure out what the cursed goals were. Okay. We're going to get that last question right today? Yes. I continue to be very confident. My confidence will probably be waning at like midnight if I still I'm not there yet, but I think we can do it. Deborah says, I remember we looked up the name Menelik and it was a warlord from some country, possibly Djibouti. Oh, right. We did. Did I spell that? Okay. Menelik the First and Menelik the Second, Emperor of Ethiopia. This Menelik the First and Menelik the Second were in like the late 1800s. So that would not be the correct time period. Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's any reference to like Menelik the Third. Okay, there's not. But we do have an Ethiopia connection there. Which, let's see. Well, I'm not going to worry about it. I was trying to find a map that showed various locations, but I can't seem to find one. But like all this stuff is kind of in the same area. I mean, the reference is Cicero, and that's not the right time period either. Sounds like a code name. Could be. Okay. So who killed Just? Let's move on to this one. And this is another one where like we've considered other theories. Most of the people that we meet in the game are accounted for and sleeping. We know Anita is awake and walking around at that time. But anytime I've tried to come up with a theory where Anita is the one that kills Just, like we end up getting a pretty bad score on the quiz, or not a pretty bad score, but like worse score. And it doesn't feel like it quite adds up. Whereas Roy, there's a lot of evidence that points to him. Like, number one being he lies about being in his cabin during the time period when Just is killed. We find his earring in Just's home right around the time that Just is killed, right inside the broken window. And then his spare earring is gone, which explains why he still has the earring in his ear. So like, it seems pretty clear that either he did it or he broke into Just's house and then didn't murder him, which, like, we haven't been able to come up with anything that explains why he would do that and not murder him. Like, nothing seems to be missing that I can think of from Just's house. But, yeah. So who killed Just? Roy. And I feel like that's a thing where I'm like 90% confident at this point. The motive. So this is one where I've kind of gone back and forth on. We said wig when we got our best score. I will probably stick with that. Mostly because when we say wig, we get a bunch of extra questions. I did just have a thought that I hate to think about, but if I answer a question wrong and then the game gives me additional questions, but I answer them all correctly, we could still get a good score even though I kind of screwed up in a significant way. Is I guess the best way I can think of to describe my concern here. What if I'm getting a bunch of questions correct that are just kind of bonus questions and not really ones that we would get if we answered everything right? That's a little upsetting to think about, but I'm not going to get too sidetracked by it. I think, again, like whenever we do really well on the quiz, I've said wig. And that seems to fit with this picture of everything else that's happening. Like, so we know Roy, Sue, and Juiced are on North Beach at, is that around 6 p.m. on the 31st, I think? Yeah. And Sue told us that Juiced fished out, quote, an odd mess of yellow algae, and that Roy was watching him. And then eventually we pressed her further on that, and she admitted that maybe it wasn't algae. She still wasn't sure what it was. So I'm positive that is the wig, because shortly after that, there's smoke coming from Juice's home. And then shortly after that, we can go into his home and find the wig in the stove. So like, I'm 100% positive that Juice finds the wig and then goes to burn it because he's freaked out by it. And then we also know that Roy sees him do that. Roy sees him get the wig out of the water. And I think Roy knows that is a blonde wig at the very least. He knows it's not algae. So then after that, Roy goes pretty much straight to Marie's room. He's there from like, I think 6:30 to 7. I should check things like this instead of just going on memory. Yeah. So Marie's bookcase is broken into at 6:30. And at one point we watched Roy go in there. We followed him and saw him go in there. So we know it's Roy that breaks into there. And he takes the chess book. And there's not really any signs that it seems pretty clear that he knows what he wants there. He specifically goes after the chess book. And we later can find that in his room. And he seems to have some idea that like he definitely knows something is going on and that he needs to figure out how to decrypt the message in the piano. I don't fully understand exactly what is happening there. But he definitely is familiar with the piano and knows some information about how its messages are decrypted because he sees that wig and he realizes immediately that he needs to go get that chess book. So like my assumption is the sight of the wig makes him realize something about what's happening, and he thinks that if he can decrypt the piano's message, that will, I guess, give him a better understanding of what's going on. So he gets the chess book, and then he doesn't seem to know what to do next because it takes him a while to take the next step. Let's look at what he does in between there. So he's at North Beach. Huh, he goes to the monkey statue? Oh, okay, that's before he sees Juiced doing anything. He's kind of wandering around a while before he sees Juice get the wig out. But then after that, he goes straight to Marie's room. And then he goes to the bar. And then he goes back to the pier. Oh, and there's a blank spot. I still have a large blank spot. Might be a good idea to fill that in. But then at around 10:30 or so, he goes to the bar and he gets super drunk. Like, my picture of what's happening here is he's getting frustrated. He doesn't know what to do. He's trying to figure out what's going on. And he just is like, fuck it. I'm just going to get drunk. But then while he's in the bar, he happens to notice the ashtray. And, like, he's probably pretty familiar with the piano. Like, I think my assumption is that because he knows about the chess book, he knows that there's like a secret compartment in the piano, right? So he knows that he wants to get in there. He just doesn't know how. So I think maybe while he's drunk, he like happens to be looking at that ashtray and it finally hits him that, you know, it looks like it would fit in that spot on the piano. And then like after that happens, we can go in there and we can see there's like a cigarette butt on the ground right below that spot on the piano. So it's clear that he takes the ashtray with cigarette butt still in it and just goes messing around with the piano with it. So he finally figures out where that goes and he gets the note out of the secret compartment. And then pretty soon after that, he goes back to his cabin. Pretty much immediately, I think. Yeah. And then presumably he's in his room decrypting the note. He probably is able to do it very quickly at that point. And then around 1:30 he leaves his room. Because you can't follow someone at night, I don't think there's any way to like 100% be sure where he goes. Also, the game makes it very hard to determine that. We end up getting killed and stuff like that. But again, we have this evidence that he's been in Juice's home. He probably broke in through the window and then his earring fell out in the process of doing that. Maybe there was like a struggle with Juiced and then Juiced got away and ran out of his house. That seems pretty plausible. And then from what we can tell, he kills Juiced very quickly after that on North Beach. Like timing in the game is a little weird, but it seems like the death happens right at 1:30. So like there's a bunch of things that happen very quickly in a matter of a few minutes, I guess. But then from what we can tell, Roy takes the body, drags it to the pier. I'm trying to think of why Roy would do that. If he kills Juiced at North Beach, why would he drag the body all the way to the pier to dump it in the water? There's water right there. There's water in so many places. Like, this is maybe a valid thing to be wondering, well, that doesn't make sense, so maybe that's not what he actually did. But I don't really have any doubts about it. So here's the map. I mean, it's not a huge distance, but it's a distance. Like North Beach and then the pier. With Juice House in the middle. But it seems like there's noise on the pier around 2:30. Bob heard someone on the pier between like 2 and 3, I think. And also, we can find Juiced's key there. I guess like maybe a possibility is that the body is dumped in the water somewhere else and it just happens to wash up on the pier. Maybe the noise that Bob hears is just Roy stomping around. And, you know, maybe Roy drops the key, or maybe he just intentionally discards it there for some reason. I don't know. But it does feel like we're missing a little bit of something there. But maybe it's not something we can necessarily determine. Okay, I'm going to catch up on chat again. I'm probably very behind. Hello, Hinton. Good to see you. So cool that you're going to finally beat this game on your birthday. Happy birthday. Thank you, Hinton. I'm very excited about it. So is this like the GRE? Maybe. Oh, God. Dronon said you'll be more upset by the answer to that. That was 10 minutes ago, so I don't know what you're referring to, but I'm terrified to find out. Misra says, well, I hate that. Great, great, great. Time to flowchart it. Mermaid diagrams, or better yet, this game needs C4 diagrams. I don't know what either of those mean. Studying for the MPTs. There you go. Exactly. Can't imagine why Roy would have a hard time figuring out what to do. Do you ever go to North Beach during the time of Juice's death? Yes. I believe we have done that and gotten either knocked out or killed. I'm pretty sure we did that at one point. I should be writing down things that might be worth investigating further. There was something else I mentioned. I can't remember what it was. Review Lady in Black's notes is a good thing to do. I've also got a bunch of other notes from last time that we never got around to, but okay. Let's continue. So back to the motive. I'm pretty sure the wig is the right answer here, but I do have a little bit of concern that I could be wrong. I do feel pretty strongly that Roy seeing Juiced take the wig out of the water is what eventually leads to Roy killing Juiced. It's just a question of whether that is really the motive or not. I think it's a pretty good bet that Roy wants Juice dead because he saw the wig. Like, we know Juice is freaked out by it. Like, he tries to destroy it. I think he's freaked out by seeing it and just wants to like pretend it doesn't exist. If we take it out of the stove and show it to him, he just says, I'm scared. So I think he has some understanding of what finding that wig in the water means. And I haven't talked about it yet tonight, but we're pretty sure that's Lucy's wig. Which probably means that Lucy is dead. So I'm going to say, like, I don't know, let's just say 80% confident about this answer. I think it's strongly related to his death, but might not necessarily be the motive. Who did the wig belong to? This one I feel pretty confident about. So Anton describes Lucy as being blonde. And then we can also find a photo of Lucy and Juiced sitting on the beach. It looks like it's probably South Beach. And Lucy has blonde hair. I don't think have ever come across a description of Marie's hair color, which frustrates me. But I just realized, and I think I've maybe thought about this before, but if everyone thinks that the body on South Beach on the end is Marie, yeah, I think I've definitely thought about this because it looks like that body has brown hair. It doesn't look blonde, but all we have to go on are the pixels that the game is using. And like, it's very much in the distance. And like, if it's meant to be like wet blonde hair, you know, like that's going to look darker. So it's really hard to be confident about it. But I think that Lucy is the only one in the game that has blonde hair or wears a blonde wig. I think I would say I'm 90% confident about this one. Hello, Arabello. Good to see you. Will today be the day we've been waiting for? Yes. I hope so. I'll be very sad if it's not. And I'm feeling pretty confident about it. We're so close. Did he fish juiced up or did he die on the pier? Did they fish juiced up? They find Juice's body. So Chris is on the pier smoking a cigarette and sees the body in the water. And then he pulls it out of the water with the help of Anton. At that point, Chris notices that Juice's throat has been slit. So, you know, it wasn't like he was drowned or anything. Like he was definitely killed and then dumped in the water. It's just a question of where each of those things happened exactly. I think, like, to me, I mean, I'm definitely not an expert on these things, but I would think that if a body is dumped in the water and then found like 6 hours later, I would tend to assume it was probably put in the water close to where it was found, like not halfway around the island. I guess a quarter of the way around the island. But like, just, you know, the spot where the pier is, like, if the body was dumped in the water up here, I wouldn't expect it to make its way all the way down here and then in this little inlet here. It just seems like it doesn't make any sense to me. So I feel like it makes so much more sense that it was dumped off the pier, especially since we also have Juiced Key sitting on the pier. Like, you know, again, it's possible Roy dropped it or intentionally discarded it there because he didn't want it anymore. But like, I would think if that was a thing he was holding on to, he would have, you know, made sure to dispose of it more discreetly. Derek Conrad says, mermaid diagrams are text-based syntax that can generate a variety of different diagrams, kind of Markdown inspired. Oh, okay, interesting. I think what we're missing is how cute those outer bookmarks are. They are very cute. And useful. But again, I wish they were just a little bit stickier. It's good for this kind of bookmark to not be too sticky, but these are just like constantly falling off unintentionally. C4 diagrams are for complex business software that allow you to write one diagram that can be viewed from different levels. Oh, okay. Like viewing how large systems interact, and then you can zoom into layers that are more and more specific to the point of object methods and database entities. Interesting. No worries about the wall of text. I appreciate the explanation. I always figured Juice Body floated around from North Beach to the dock. Interesting, interesting. Salt Ranger, hello, hello. Welcome. Silver says, I am so very tired, but I must stay awake for Maupiti windscreen. Are you saying the stickers ought to be stickier? Yes, I am saying that. Unsecret Rest said, I thought maybe C4 diagrams were easier to explode. I was also wondering that. Okay. So, who did the wig belong to? We're pretty sure it's Lucy, based on hair color. And again, like, I don't know that I have a lot of solid evidence to support this, but I have for a long time felt very confident that it is not Marie whose body we see at the end. And I think the most likely guess is that it's Lucy's body. It's just no one realizes it's Lucy because they think of her as having blonde hair. And this makes a lot of other things fit together. And again, like, this seems like if we're wrong about this question, like, surely a bunch of our other answers have to be wrong. So, like, you know, even though I'm only 90% confident about this, like, I feel like just based on the score we're getting, it has to be right. Yeah. So we're definitely going to say Lucy. What happened to Lucy? So what we know about Lucy, she was staying in the room. If we're looking at the house, the Maggie's house from the outside, the upper floor, the door to the far left is the one that Lucy stays in. It's initially locked. We have to find the key in Maggie's room to get in there. We know she was staying in there until the game describes it very vaguely, a way that I remember as a while ago, but I can't remember the exact wording the game uses. But it's anywhere from like a month or two ago to maybe as recent as like a few days ago. I think it seems more likely that she left like, I don't know, 1 to 3 weeks ago, let's say. Like it seems like it wasn't that long ago, but also not super recent is the best I've got. And then we're told that Roy helps her get off the island, and that she was a stowaway on the fishing boat, the Bamboo, and that she got off at Port Louis in Mauritius. And I think that did not happen. I don't know exactly what did happen, but I think that Roy either directly murdered her or maybe like accidentally killed her and tried to, you know, cover up what happened. But I definitely think she's dead. And that's why Roy is concerned when he sees Juiced find the wig. Also, we know that the body at the end on South Beach is pretty decomposed to the point that the woman's face is unrecognizable. I don't know what that likely means in terms of how long she's been dead. But my assumption is that it's like been at least a few days, if not longer. I'm trying to think of what is a best guess at what exactly happens with Lucy. So, like, she's dead. She died a while ago. Then what happened to the body? Was it immediately dumped in the water? And then, it just happens to wash up while everyone is looking for Marie. So they assume it's her because the hair color is closer to Marie's. Is it possible the body was like kept somewhere and then like intentionally like dumped on South Beach so that people would think it's Marie? I don't know. That seems less plausible to me, but not impossible. I'm sure Roy helped her off the island. Yeah. Nancy Crush says, do we need to look up in the World Book how long it takes a human body in water to decompose? I don't know that that my set of World Book encyclopedias would have that information. I'm definitely not going to Google it. Too bad there's not an all of the above answer. Could be, yeah. I mean, I feel like there's, some of these you could argue could both be true. Like if she's dead, she's also gone, right? But I think by gone, they mean she's no longer on the island, but still alive somewhere. I think that's implied. Like they want you to choose the answer that is most correct. So like, again, if she's been kidnapped, then she's also gone. But like, if you choose she's gone, you're suggesting that she's not dead or kidnapped. I do wonder, what is the distinction between she's gone and she's disappeared? I would say that she's disappeared can't possibly be the correct answer here because people believe that she left of her own will. So like disappeared suggests like she's gone and no one knows what happened to her. So I don't think that one makes sense. I do feel like kidnapped seems possible, but I don't think so. And again, like that doesn't fit with our seemingly mostly correct picture of what's going on here. And then there's also an interesting distinction between she had an accident and she's dead. Like if she's not around and she had an accident is the reason she's not around. Like I feel like there's a very strong suggestion that she died from the accident. So I think that she's dead is the answer that is really only appropriate if she was murdered, even though they chose not to use that word. Again, it does seem possible that it was an accidental death, but given what else we know about Roy, given the fact that he was, he pretty quickly made a decision to kill someone to cover up just even the chance of someone finding out what actually happened to Lucy, I feel like he must have done it on purpose, right? That seems like the safer bet. So I think that Roy killed Lucy. I don't really understand why. Maybe my best guess. So this is not a bad theory. We know that someone tells us that Juiced and Marie both have a medallion. I don't remember who says that. I was just making a note to myself. So that's a thing that we might want to investigate if we have a chance. But we know they both have a medallion, and that the medallion is basically a key to this underground area we're trying so hard to get into. And then we also know that Lucy, according to Juiced, wrecked up his place and stole his amulet. And I've had a theory for a while, I think, that she was actually trying to get the medallion. The amulet doesn't seem like an important item. Presumably it's important to Juiced, but I don't think that's what Lucy was trying to find. So if Lucy is trying to get that amulet, she probably has some idea what it's for. And we're pretty sure Roy is working with Marie, probably her accomplice. Even if that's not correct, we are told that he would do anything for her. So I think Roy kills her because Lucy is trying to get in here. And I think this area is probably somehow important in Marie / the Lady in Black's smuggling operation. Connor says, hey, we got somebody Googling how long it takes for a body to decompose in water. Oh, never mind. It's just Robot Spacer playing another murder game. I wonder if there's a better translation of gone or disappeared. Yeah, this is interesting to think about what this said in French originally. How many questions are left in the quiz? This is number 11, so we have 8 more after this. I'm guessing that if I answer them all correct, we'll get at least one more, but that's just a hunch. 20 seems like a nice round number, but who knows? Speaking of which, I could use a bathroom break, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that. I'll be back in just like a minute or two. Won't take long. Okay. Ooh, Dronon says, I only have the French questions and the right answer, but not the wrong answers. In French, they would have differentiated between parti, gone left, and disparu, disappeared. Okay. Ooh, a French solution video. Exciting. Okay. So, what happened to Lucy? So, let's double check. I did say dead last time with a question mark next to it. Now that I've talked through that again, I think I feel increasingly confident that she's dead. Like this seems like another question where if I'm wrong, our total picture of what's going on starts to fall apart a little bit. Like for example, like we've already said that nobody kidnapped Marie. So if like she's faking her own kidnapping, obviously it's still possible she could wind up dead later, but everyone is assuming she's kidnapped and then her kidnappers eventually kill her. So we know that's not a correct idea of what's happening. And like, it feels like this theory that it's Lucy's body at the end just explains a lot of things and is an important part of this overall picture. So I'm going to say like, I guess 75, 80% confidence. I'm going to say 80. She's dead. Who was Lucy? This is probably my least confident one. A drug dealer, a thief. I'm going to go ahead and write down all these answers. A drug dealer, a thief, a blackmailer, a revolutionary, or other. So the time I got the best score, I said revolutionary. I cannot remember what I was thinking there. I think I came up with this idea that Lucy and Anita were working together in some way. I don't think it was super well thought out. I can't remember much else about what I was thinking when I answered that way. But that was like immediately the thing I assumed I had wrong when I knew there was only one wrong answer. So then the second time through, I spent some time considering these possibilities, and then I realized that like we know she stole Juice Amulet, so like she's technically a thief if she stole something, right? But it's possible that's not what the game considers the correct answer. Like this seems to be asking like what does she do on a regular basis? So like if she just steals something one time, that doesn't necessarily make her a thief. I wonder if maybe the correct answer could be other. Maybe it's drug dealer, and that's why we find some, drugs stuff. So in the garden, we find under a stone in the path, we find a crumpled up printout from the piano, an encrypted message that's gibberish. And it's crumpled up and has some like opium balls, I think is what the game said, inside. And that's the thing that gives us the drug traffic topic. And then I think it's also with like a knife or something. We're also told that Lucy snoops around a lot. I think Anita said that. Okay. Lucy, wasn't a girl like us, caught her snooping. So, like, caught her snooping also fits with what Juice says, like, Lucy wrecking up Juice's place and stealing his amulet is a thing that I believe happens, like, right before she disappears. And so, like, she's been snooping a lot. And she probably learns about some of the things we've learned about. Like, it seems like she's trying to get down into this place that we've discovered here. And this doesn't seem like just a, idle curiosity. Like she just wants to, find the pirate treasure or whatever. Like, I'm starting to wonder if maybe she is the drug dealer, the reason we find some evidence of drugs. And in what, I don't know. But that seems like a thing that could help some loose ends start to make a little more sense, I guess. I might be inclined to choose drug dealer here and see how that goes. Especially since I don't think we've ever chosen that option here. Let's do it. So drug dealer, my confidence is quite low. I mean, if you told me any one of these answers was the right one, I'd be like, all right, that makes sense. Like they all seem like options I could come up with a theory that pieces it together. So I'm going to say my confidence is like 10%. It's maybe a little bit more than that, but it's pretty low. Yeah, drug dealer. The target of the shots. I was really curious if we'd get a follow-up after changing that one. So the fact that we didn't is intriguing to me. Let's see. Okay. I just want to make sure that we had the same next question as we did on previous attempts. Okay, so the target of the shots. This is another thing. That we definitely want to investigate more. Unless me changing that one answer happens to guess an ending. I guess even if we do get an ending here, this is still something I would love to investigate more, maybe. But for a long time, I was positive Roy was the target of the shots. But then we switched it to Chris, and I think got some follow-up questions and a better score that made me think that was correct. So I think I'm going to say Chris, especially since I've already changed one answer. I don't want to change any others. So we're going to say Chris. I would say my confidence is, I guess it's at least 50%. I'm pretty sure it's either Roy or Chris. Obviously, it could be someone else, but like we're not given anything to suggest that anyone else is even nearby. So I feel like it's got to be one of them. The information we're given is initially that Chris says Roy was being shot at. Roy says Chris was being shot at. But then we were able to get Roy to say something that suggested he was admitting that that he was actually being shot at. Which is why I have been saying Roy. But ever since I tried changing it to Chris, I've been convinced that it actually is Chris. I have not followed up to feel more confident about that. And I do feel like I think the biggest thing is that like with this picture of what's happening, like Marie is the lady in black, Roy is working with Marie. I'm pretty sure that the lady in black is the one firing the shot here. It doesn't make sense for her to shoot at Roy. I don't know why. I don't know why Roy or Chris would lie about that. But I guess it's also possible they're just mistaken. I don't know. Yeah, that's definitely something we should investigate more. But we're going to say Chris, and then I'll catch up on chat. Right. I think this is a question we only get if we say Chris, which helped increase my confidence. But also, this could be a type of question that they're asking us just to give us something to investigate that will help us figure out what the correct answer to the previous one is. Dronon says, same selection. Accidente, partie, left gone, mort, dead, enlève, removed, kidnapped, disparu, disappeared. Okay. Accident, left or gone, dead. Yeah. So that leaves this pretty similar ambiguity, I think. Been almost 2 hours now on the first pass. Well, I feel like this is a very important part of the process, if not the most important part of the process. We'll say if I'm the one driving, I've already tried to brute force this occupation answer. That's fair. I mean, we've definitely been trying different options. It's just like I'll enjoy it more if we keep talking things through and coming up with different ideas. And then as a result of that, get it right. I will say if I was playing totally on my own, I would probably do more pure guessing. Like I'd take a minute to think about it a little bit, but I wouldn't be thinking through things quite as thoroughly. One point eventually you might have to switch to the method of just trying things to lead to an end. Yeah, like I'm fully prepared. Like if it gets to be like midnight, 12:30, 1 in the morning, and I still have no idea, I'm definitely inclined to start just guessing at that point. But also, like, even though we know there's only one wrong, that still leaves so many different options to try. So a big part of this is trying to figure out which are the questions we should focus on trying different options for. So hopefully this process will, even if we eventually get to guessing, it'll make the guessing easier. You can't actually get any new information until you get the quiz results, right? Yeah. Although, like, at this point, we've gotten in the 75 to 100% range. So as far as what the game itself gives us, we won't get any new information or confirmation about whether we're doing any better unless I change so much that I do worse, or we finally get that right question and get the perfect score that I assume the game needs. Ooh, that sounds good, Davor. Geron says, I understand that you would have preferred a pure and more independent game experience. All the same, thank you for letting me nudge. I hope most of them weren't too direct so you can enjoy the moments of discovery. Not at all. I very much appreciate your help. I don't think I could have done this entirely on my own and enjoyed it. Certainly given enough time, I would have eventually figured everything out. But I think without your guidance, there would have been a lot more just guessing until I got things right. And that honestly would have been less fun in the end. We did not win 6-7. We're still going through the quiz for the first time. Okay, target of the shots. Chris, from what part of the South Beach did the shots come? It did just occur to me that I've been saying trees, but that's what Chris tells me. That's what Chris tells me. And if Chris is lying about the shots being fired at Roy, then he could be lying about them coming from the trees. Oh, I didn't give a percentage. I said 50. We'll go with 50 for the previous one. At this point, that's about right. From what part of the South Beach did the shots come? So again, I'm going to say trees just to only change one answer from our previous best attempt at the quiz. But I do wonder if this could be wrong. This might be a thing we want to focus some investigation on. I'm going to write down all these answers as well. Trees, undergrowth, from the house. From the house is what I thought for a long time, because the house is pretty close to South Beach. And, that's a place where someone could be high up and get presumably a pretty good shot lined up at someone on the beach. But I think that was pretty much just like pure guessing. Like, honestly, like, that seems more believable than climbing up some trees just to fire a shot. Like, a building roof, you can, lay down, be pretty well hidden, and, get a nice steady shot. Like, that makes sense. But like up in a palm tree, like, it seems like that would be a lot harder. So again, we're going to say trees, but confidence is not super high. Honestly, the more I think about it, the less confident I am. So we'll say 10. Who broke the bookshelf? So this one is, I would say this is as close to 100% as anything. I'm so sure it's Roy. I mean, maybe it's more like 99 or something, but we're just going to say 100% confidence. Again, I'm pretty sure we followed Roy at some point and saw him go in there. Chris is around, and for a long time I thought it was Chris. But, you know, we also know that Roy eventually has the book. So I think it's got to be Roy. What was he looking for? A book. Again, like the only thing missing, like, I guess it's possible there's something else hidden in there. But none of the other options here fit with anything we found. And we know he takes a book, so presumably that's the thing he was looking for. Again, I feel like it's close to 100% confidence as I have on anything in this. To do what with? Again, we know the book is used to decode a message. Excuse me. Options are: read a secret formula, find a treasure map, decipher the signs, learn to read, decode a message, or other. We know he eventually uses it to decode a message. So that seems pretty straightforward. Again, 100% confidence. A message received by. This is another one I'm completely confident about. We have gotten the message out of the piano before it's decoded. If we leave it in the piano, we can later find it in Roy's cabin in a hidden compartment, and he has decoded the message on it using the chess book. So it's definitely the piano. 100%. His game is unreasonable. I think that's fair. Still on track for world record pace then. Yeah, I think this is definitely the world record run, as long as we submit it to speedrun.com. Teach Fred to read. There you go. Okay, who is Menelik? I think this is our last question. Unless we get a new one. Yeah. So I'm going to write these down. We have the tribe, the wind, the monkey, the fetish, the king of the spring. That's such a weird one. Like, that's not anything we've ever found in the game. The taboo. So, again, the only place where we ever hear about Menelik is the letter that we find in Chris's cabin. That I didn't mention this today, but I believe that this is a transcription of a transmission that Chris received over his portable radio transmitter. So it says, mission order, lost contact with agent 0012. Our agent in Adina has intercepted the enclosed message. Follow Cicerone procedure. And then the message that was intercepted is Lady in Black, ... Menelik orders the merchandise delivery, ... Payment in dollars will be done on receipt, ... Esmera, ... Menelik, ... dot dot dot, chosen by God dot dot dot, vanquisher of Judah's tribe. And then the other piece of information that ties in with this, which I don't think I honestly made the connection until we got this question, but the second message we get from the piano on February 1st says, "Tribes need guns, exclamation point, the wind, exclamation point." So when we combine that with Menelik orders the merchandise delivery, I think it is a very reasonable conclusion to make that Menelik is either the wind, I think that's more likely, or maybe the tribe. I definitely feel more confident about the wind. I'm going to say 60% confidence, and that's definitely what we're going to choose, because that's what we picked when we got our best score. So this could be it. I doubt it's going to be it, but it could be. You have between 75 and 100% of correct answers. There are still things you need to clarify. Carry on with your investigation. Okay, so thank you for the loon. Maybe the spring is the pond and the statue? Yeah, it could be. I would think, is Walliso not the king of the spring in that scenario, though? Walliso is the monkey statue. Did I skip over the lion? I sure did. The lion was in there. The lion is not a thing that ever comes up in the game, I don't think. Huh, did the scream not work? Oh, I have a limit on how often sounds can play. So that's probably why. But thank you for the scream anyway, Afton. I mean, the answer is meant to be wrong either way, I think. Got it. Yeah. So, I got out my highlighter now because we're now going to figure out what to focus on here. So this gives us a pretty good idea of what to consider, I think. Anything with 100%, I'm not going to worry about. I think for now, anything with 90%, I'm not going to worry about. I'm going to highlight everything else. 80%, that's definitely going to be the least of our concerns. But we'll highlight where are the weapons delivered. We said Asmara. I feel like I'm not going to worry too much about that one. We have the motive, the wig, is 80%. We have what happened to Lucy as 80%. She's dead. And then we have much, much lower percentages. Who was Lucy? A drug dealer. So we've now said, along with all the other answers being the same, we've now said a drug dealer, a revolutionary, and a thief. It is possible that any one of those could have been correct. We only have the one quiz where we know exactly how many questions I got right. Most eager to try the tribe. We did try that. That was one of the quiz attempts I made last week where I only changed one answer. I changed from the wind to the tribe. And we still got 75 to 100%. Yeah, I think I feel pretty confident that it's the wind, given that. Because I feel like it's got to be one of those two. So, well, I guess we don't know. Like, no, if I change that and still got 75 to 100, that means either both of those are wrong or I had it right the first time. So I'm inclined to go with I had it right the first time, and it's the wind. It gives a big ironic smile. Okay, so continuing. Highlighter all over my hand now. Target of the shots, Chris, we said. From what part of South Beach did the shots come? We said trees. Not super confident about that. And then who is Menelik? I'm going to highlight that, but again, I'm not inclined to worry about that too much. Now I want to take a minute to think. I just want to go over each one fairly quickly and think, you know, if we change this answer, does our whole theory about what's going on fall apart? Who is Anita, a revolutionary? That doesn't really affect that many of our other answers, if any. But also I feel very confident about it. So I'm inclined to not worry about that one. Same thing with who was Anton with. I'm really curious why they ask us those questions. Because it doesn't seem like they're that relevant to what's going on. But maybe there's just a couple questions in there to like, you know, the first time you go through the quiz, if everything is focused on like what's important to the mystery, then that's maybe like revealing too much. So that could be why they're there. Also, you know, like figuring those things out like helps you do some general investigation that could potentially help you get a better understanding of what's going on. Other than his murder, who was the last you see juiced alive? Again, I feel like if it's not Anita, if the answer is not Anita, I feel like Anita has to be the murderer, and that doesn't fit with this whole picture very well. I feel like Roy being the murderer must be correct in order for us to have done so well on this quiz. Who kidnapped Marie? Nobody. Again, I feel like that is probably the case, given our overall score. I'm trying to think of a situation where that might not be. Like, I feel like if someone did kidnap Marie, then that probably means Marie is not the lady in black. That could increase the chance that it is actually Marie on South Beach at the end. So I'm inclined to not worry about that too much. Who signs the name the lady in black? Same situation there. Like, especially those two together, like, I feel like if one of those is true, the other must be true. If one of those is wrong, the other is probably wrong. What did she do? Arms traffic. That answer could maybe be changed without affecting too much else, but I feel like my confidence is just a little bit too high. And answering that differently got us an additional question, which doesn't necessarily mean anything, but Dronon did tell us that generally getting more questions means we answered things correctly. So that's just like a little boost of confidence, basically. Where were the weapons delivered as Mara? That answer has no bearing on anything else, so that could easily be wrong. But it's already highlighted as something to think about. Who killed Juiced? Again, Pretty sure it's Roy, or too much other stuff falls apart. The motive, the wig. I think that kind of falls in the same category, which is why I'm not inclined to worry too much about that one right now. But it is highlighted for consideration. Who did the wig belong to? Lucy, same deal. Lucy being the owner of the wig seems like it's pretty definitive. Maple Mystery, hello, welcome. Hope y'all had a great stream. You haven't missed the conclusion of Maupiti Island yet, so perfect timing. Tuigia, hello. Good to see you. So I just finished my first time through the quiz. So if anyone's not familiar with this game, it's a very complicated murder mystery game. At the end of it, you get a quiz asking about a bunch of stuff, basically wanting to make sure you've figured out what's going on and done a thorough investigation. Last week, we finally got the game to say that I had 75 and 100% correct. And Dronon1 in chat, who was familiar with the game, gave me the additional information that we only got one question wrong. I have now done the quiz 3 times since then, changing one answer each time, and I still have not gotten everything correct. So I'm spending a lot of time thinking about each answer and trying to work out what we should spend our time investigating further. So we're almost to the point of doing some additional investigation here. I hope you had a good stream. What are you playing now? Sakanako, good to see you. Welcome to Maupiti SAT practice exams. Yes, exactly. Eden Waith, good to see you. Trying to figure out these questions is like a game of mastermind. It really is. Does the DOS version have the speech synthesizer? Yes. It's a little bit of a different speech synthesizer, but it is a similar approach to the both the Amiga version and the Mortville Manor speech synthesis, which is the earlier game in this series. Oh, right. Lord Avalot d'Argent. I remember. Sequel to Denarius Avaricious Sextus. Thank you for refreshing my memory. Okay. So let's see. Where was I? I think we left off at Lucy. So right now I'm just kind of talking through my answers and trying to figure out, like, knowing that there's only one question we got wrong means that we have a pretty good overall understanding of what's happening here. So I'm trying to think about, what's a question we could change our answer to without like kind of destroying our whole theory about what's happening. So all the stuff about Lucy, I feel like we have to have pretty close to the right idea, at least. What happened to Lucy? Who was Lucy? That's definitely one of our biggest question marks. And I don't think that has too much bearing on our other answers. Like the specific actions she takes and what happens to her are important to our theory of what happened here, but who she was is not super important. And I don't think changing that would affect any other answers. The target of the shots. That one's tricky because I think if we change that to Roy, we don't get the question of from what part of South Beach did the shots come. And that makes me think that we probably got the right answer. But like, if that question is not something we get, then, that doesn't necessarily mean Like we could have 18 out of 18 as opposed to 18 out of 19 if we change the other answer. It's complicated. I think that could be the wrong answer, but I'm maybe a little bit over 50% confident about that the more I think about it. From what part of South Beach did the shots come? That one I think is a good candidate for being incorrect. We've said trees, but I realize that's information that comes from Chris, and Chris might be lying. I still don't know why he would lie about that, but I do think it's possible, especially if the previous question we did give the correct answer on. Who broke the bookshelf? Roy. Yeah, this next series of questions, Roy broke the bookshelf. He was looking for a book to decode a message received by the piano. Like, we are quite confident of all of that. And if any of one of those are wrong, then like my whole theory of what is happening here is a disaster. So I don't think we would get such a high score if I was wrong about any of that. And then last we have, who is Menelik? I'm pretty sure it's the wind. Pretty sure. That's one where I've tried swapping it and answering everything else the same, and it didn't get us a better score. And I'm pretty sure it has to be either the tribe or the wind, because the other ones don't make any sense. We haven't found anything that suggests the other ones would make any sense at all. So I feel good about that. So we're going to focus on figuring out who Lucy was and what exactly is going on with the shots fired. I do wonder if it might be where the shots came from that's incorrect. So we'll try to figure out anything we can about that. And I think as long as we can get out of the well alive, I think this save is a good spot to continue our investigation on that. Oh, right, because the shots were just fired. Well, I guess that was 6 hours ago now, but we'll have a little time. Welcome for the shout out, Tweegia. I'm stoked to be here for this conclusion. I'm glad you're here also. I will say, I will be very upset if I don't actually finish this tonight, and I'll be super embarrassed, but I'm not above doing the finale part 2 next week if I have to. I think we can pull it off, though. Blame the Wind is not a song title, is it? All right, let's see if we can get out of here. Okay, this is going to be close. Oh God, what's happening? Why can't I use the menu? Okay. Okay, we're good. The well will fill up with water in 5 in-game minutes here. So we got out just in time. Okay. So now we want to primarily go talk to Chris and Roy. Do we want any bribery items? I think we might. So there's a bunch of weird mechanics in this game. You can remember anything someone says to you and repeat it to either the same person or someone else later as a way of like debating them. If you do that correctly, you could get some additional information. You can also accomplish a similar result through bribery, violence by hitting them, or giving them something they like. So this spreadsheet here, this 2-page spreadsheet, I spent 14 hours on this, figuring out the items everyone likes. I don't know that it was really worth the tremendous amount of time I spent on it, but it has been useful. I need another otter. Oh, wait, do I actually? I'll use this otter. So many bookmarks. Okay. So, there's a newspaper we can get that Roy will like. There's a bullet we can get that Chris will like. Chris is a secret cop, so he likes stuff that is like kind of investigation related overall. Chris likes the bracelet, the crumpled paper with drugs in it. Oh, we could get the diamond for Roy. Okay. Let's go get the diamond first, and then we can ditch all our keys, I think. Nope. Oh, right. I already nabbed that in this save file. So that's back in my cabin. Okay. So we'll just ditch these keys here. We can only hold 6 items. I guess we'll just ditch all of this. Sheet of paper. Yeah, I don't think we need that either. Okay, so bracelet, I think, is still in Marie's room. Man, just this game. Oh, I still have so many questions, like, why is Anita's bracelet in here? How did that happen? I guess, like, you know, maybe it's just completely unrelated to anything. She just dropped it one time. Bracelet, crumpled paper. I think we'll go grab the crumpled paper and then get the newspaper and the diamond from my room. And that'll be it. It seems like two items for each of them seems like enough. Yeah, I prefer not to search while people are around, but I'm not going to worry about it. Let's see, raise. If you search too much while people are around, they will stop. They will lose trust in you, and you might get citizens arrested and locked up until the cops come to take you away. But I think we're doing good enough in this save that probably won't happen. What were Sue and Bruce up to, I wonder? Okay, back to the pier. Oh, we also have the bullet over here. Let's go grab that real quick. Oh, that's another thing I took out. So I got a few useful things stashed in my cabin. Startled by music. Okay, so newspaper isn't here. Chess book, there's the diamond, the wig, and then, oh, we need to open these. Hopefully the music volume is okay, but if it's a little loud, let me know. Money, letter, binoculars, handkerchief, letter. Okay. Don't care about any of that. Revolver, cards, pirates, bullet. That's what we want. Sheet of paper. Okay. Mix seems fine. Good. Thank you. Miss the music. Yeah, I wish we had more frequent music. I'm really excited to check out the Amiga version, where we at least have some ambient sound for a lot of the time. Okay, so now I'm going to make us a save here in slot 4, so we can come back to this if our investigation does not go as well as we hoped. Okay, great. We have the 2 guys we want to talk to right here. I think I'm going to start with... Well, let's start with Roy, because there's a particular topic that I know we can get him to change his answer on. So let's start by what he's doing.
I'm working.
And then let's ask him what he noticed from 10 to 11.
Before I had the time to realize what was going on, Chris threw me to the ground. Then there were shots.
Okay. And then what's your opinion on... Oh, no, that didn't give me the topic. Okay. I think we need that topic of the shots to get the dialogue I'm looking for. Let's see if asking Chris about that time period.
I'm listening.
Hopefully it will. Calendar says another streamer I watched just finished Might and Magic on the NES, which took them 175 hours. This music and the music from that have been the soundtrack to a lot of my work mornings this year. Wow.
What for?
I'm curious what the average playtime is on Maupiti Island for people that, you know, tried to do most of it without hints or a walkthrough. It's got to be pretty high. What have you noticed from 10 to 11?
There were shots fired.
Okay. Very vague answer. Does that give me the topic I want? Shit. Could give a topic trigger if you need it. Let me consult my notes. At one point, I did my best to write down what triggers the topics. I thought one of those would do it, but maybe I'm forgetting. Ask Roy what he's doing. So I asked him what he was doing on South Beach, and we were able to get the topic. That's what I've done in the past, but it's too late to do that in this playthrough. Is there any way I can get it in this playthrough, Dronon? Test scheduling in that time period.
There were shots fired.
Oh, same answer. Interesting. But still nothing. I guess we could maybe ask someone else. I mean, everybody, you can hear the shots from anywhere on the island. I've not seen a couple doing triggers and one that isn't. Okay.
I'm listening.
So let's try asking someone else.
Yes, sailor.
I'm also going to try speeding up DOSBox a little here. Hopefully things won't get too crunchy. What have you noticed? 10 to 11.
There were shots fired.
Okay. Still nothing.
I'm listening.
Again, Dronon, if you want to tell me exactly what I can do to get that topic, that's totally fine. I mean, I know how to get it if we back up. I would just like to avoid that to save time. So, and I don't I've maybe figured out how to get it. Later.
I'm listening.
Ask Roy scheduling at 10. Okay. That was like the one that I missed. Thank you. Okay, good. He's still here.
Yes.
10 to 11.
Someone fired on us when I was walking with Chris.
Okay, so there he says someone fired on us, which is interesting. There's the topic. Thank you, Dronon.
They were aiming at Chris. Why would they want to bump me off?
Okay. So that's an interesting answer, and that's really interesting. Like, based on what we know, I think that's the truth. I think he's telling the truth there, and I think he knows it's Marie firing the shots. Why the hell would Marie shoot at him? But then we give him, we'll do the newspaper. Let me make sure that's correct. Newspaper, yeah.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Oh, shit. Is that not the right one? I know there's some answer he gives us where we can follow up and get a different response related to who's being shot at. Okay. So that's not it. Let's try. What have you noticed? 10 to 11.
Before I had the time to realize what was going on, Chris threw me to the ground, then there were shots.
Okay, so that's the same as what he said. Now let's try bribing him again with the diamond. Oh shit, we need to back out.
I'm listening.
This game's a little buggy, and when you give someone an item, the menu gets goofed up. So the only way to
Always under my feet.
be sure you're giving them the right item is to back out and start the conversation over. So let's ask again.
Before I had the time to realize what was going on, Chris threw me to the ground, then there were shots.
And then we'll give him the diamond.
I don't see what
Shit.
you are getting at.
Shit. Huh. Oh, you know what? I think the situation I'm thinking of is asking him what he's doing at the actual time that the shots are fired. So maybe we can't actually get that different follow-up at this point. Bummer.
Someone fired on us when I was walking with Chris.
Okay, so that might be the best we can do with Roy. Let's see what Chris says here.
What for?
So let's ask scheduling 10 to 11.
There were shots fired.
I think he says the same thing for both.
There were shots fired.
Okay. So now let's give him something. Bracelet, I think, was one. Yeah.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Okay. And then we'll try the topic.
You again.
It's me again. So what's your opinion on the shots?
Somebody tried to do away with Roy. I don't know why, but he must know.
I guess it makes sense for him to lie about this because the only reason to shoot at him, a simple fisherman, which he's claiming to be, is if he's not who he says he is. Like, he's trying to act like he's just an ordinary guy. Why would anyone shoot at him? So it makes sense that he would lie about this. If he lies about this, it at least suggests that he thinks that someone else thinks he's up to something. So let's give the paper with drugs in it.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Nothing. Okay. Let's see. What other people tell us about the shots? Bruce says, for once something happens around here. Maggie says, this used to be a quiet place. Sue says, we all went in front of Maggie's. And Roy ran up yelling. Anita says Roy was terrified as if he had seen a ghost. That one I want to follow up on, just because we never have. And it is interesting. So for a long time, I assumed that was evidence that Roy was actually being shot at. My thought was that Roy sees someone who maybe looks like Lucy, or, you know, maybe the person looks like Marie and he thinks she's dead at that point, or might be. And like, if we think that Roy killed Lucy and then he suddenly sees someone who he thinks is Lucy shooting at him, like that makes sense, at least in isolation. Like, it kind of explains a couple things. But my best guess at what actually happens is it's Marie, and he at least thinks something might have happened to her. Like, my best guess is that, assuming our entire theory about Marie, that she did not get kidnapped, that she faked her own kidnapping to use to convince Bob to help her. Assuming that's correct. Shit, I forgot what I was saying. Assuming that's correct, like, I think that Roy is not in on that. That's the point I was making. Like, Roy is not in on that plan, which makes sense. Like, it seems like it was probably a pretty spur of the moment plan. Does Roy maybe see the wig in the water and start to think, does that just make him think that Marie's not actually kidnapped for some reason? I don't know. But I feel like the fact that he broke into the piano, broke into Marie's bookcase, like, to me, that all suggests he's not in on it, even if he is generally helping Marie. Could that mean he's not actually her accomplice? That maybe she doesn't have an accomplice? Wait, did we actually get that question? We didn't. That's interesting. Like, I'm confident that Roy does a bunch of things, at least in an attempt to help Marie. But, you know, maybe he's not really an accomplice. Okay. What do we do next? We talk to Anita. We need a bribe item for Anita. I already used the bracelet, so I can't use that. We already used the newspaper. The brooch. And the suntan lotion. I'll grab both of those. Let's see. How do we get to South Beach from here? Oh, the body has just appeared on South Beach. Oh no, it's 12. Time goes by so fast. Time goes by so fast. We still have lots of time though. It's fine. The butler did it. Hello, Asake. And then the brooch in Marie's room. Detective goes by the dead body and grabs a lost bottle of suntan lotion. Exactly. It might have been good to investigate the body again, but I'm not that worried about it right now. We've got more important things, like bribing Anita. Okay, so the brooch is right here. And then where's Anita? So it's 8:20 on the 1st. 8:20 p.m. We're almost out of time. I think... Yeah, actually, I think if it's past 4 p.m. When we were down in the well earlier, I think you need to finish the game before then to get a good ending. So that's kind of interesting to think about. So that makes me wonder if events past 4 p.m. could possibly change. I've never really thought about that. I have been wondering if we can actually change things that happen in any way. But it makes sense that anything after 4 p.m. on the second day could potentially change. Okay. 8:25. Saloon? Parlor? One of the two? Not in here. There she is. Verntree says, by the way, Space, you know how I bought that Elgato Keylight Mini? Thing literally bricked itself with this crappy Wi-Fi smart implementation and now won't even turn on. Oh, shit. That sucks. That's a bummer. I've been pretty happy with Elgato's products in general. But, I mean, I guess, things can always go wrong with hardware. Talk. I have
looking for me, sweetie.
The Keylight Air. So I think that's a little bigger than the Mini. It's like a, 7-inch square or something like that. Maybe 6-inch. Usually have fantastic warranty support from what I've seen. Definitely reach out. Yeah, for sure. I don't have any experience with needing to get warranty support, but it would surprise me if they didn't help you out with that. Okay, so we're going to ask Anita about the shots. Oh, we got the full list. So satisfying.
Roy was terrified. It was as if he had seen a ghost.
And then we're going to give her some suntan lotion.
I don't see what you are getting at.
No follow-up. Oh, how can we learn more about the shots? Another thing we know about the shots is that Maggie calls everyone into the parlor at 10:30 a.m., which is the exact time the shots are fired. And ever since I learned that, I found that a little suspicious that the timing is identical there. She calls everyone into the parlor because she thinks that Roy kidnapped Marie. Yeah, because the body hasn't turned up yet. Or no, sorry. She thinks Roy killed Juiced. Right. Okay. Yeah. I was going to say, I don't necessarily think that Maggie is in on Marie's whole Lady in Black thing, but I do think she probably knows more about what's going on than she lets on. So, like, I would guess that Maggie has some idea that Roy and Marie are, if not straight up accomplices, then at least, on good terms with each other. But Maggie thinks that Roy killed Juiced, which we believe is true. I'm just trying to think that through and think if this tells us anything else that either supports or does not support what we know about things. Oh, gotta go through Amazon. I mean, if you have trouble going through Amazon, I mean, there's no reason you couldn't contact Elgato directly and see if they can help. Stream Deck Mini breaks my USB bus every time I try to use it. Oh, geez. Huh. Interesting. Logitech makes a similar light that is just a USB dingus. Nice chunky buttons. Similar settings for light colors. Interesting. My complaint with Logitech is I hate their Mac software. And almost every product of theirs that I've tried, even like mouses and keyboards and stuff, always requires software. I think mostly because they don't use standard Bluetooth. Okay. Heck. I'm debating whether it's worth trying to get information from anyone else about the shots fired topic. Let's see what Anita says about she noticed anything from 10 to 11.
There were shots fired.
Unsecret Crush says, I like my Logitech gamer mouse and headset. I wish I could throw the G-Hub software in a river. Yeah. It's pretty much all peripheral brands now. Yeah, but Elgato, for example, I like their Mac software a lot. I feel like they put a lot of effort into making good quality Mac software, which, a lot of companies don't. Okay. Other people's answers to the shots don't really suggest they know anything about what's going on. That doesn't necessarily mean they wouldn't have any follow-ups. Let's think about our other topic was figuring out what happened to Lucy. Let's see. I also made some notes. Review the Lady in Black's notes. Let's go do that real quick. We can do that in this save.
I'm listening.
That was just to mainly rethink our idea of what's going on at the very beginning of the game before the actual gameplay starts. Just see if we can figure out the exact timing of stuff. So we want to get into Bob's cabin. I hope he's not there. He's going to be in there, isn't he? Okay, good. So we have... Oh, I already took that one. It's in my cabin. Okay. Well, we can read the other two. So I believe this is the second note. And it says, Captain, the shipment will take place tomorrow, Monday. The loading will be during the night. The place of loading will be indicated to you the next time. If you agree, hoist the yellow flag. Faithfully, the Lady in Black. So this note... a thing I just realized? I don't know what I was trying to say there. Just realized is that all these notes to Bob have to happen after the bamboo is damaged. Unless I'm wrong about some things, but I think it makes perfect sense that the bamboo is originally transporting stuff for the Lady in Black. It gets damaged in the storm, and now the Lady in Black needs to find someone else to deliver it. So all of these letters happen after that damage occurs. So this is on Sunday the 31st, which is the 30th is when Marie goes missing. I'm trying to figure out why Marie would fake her own kidnapping before she knows that she needs to use that as leverage. I guess it's possible that, like, she just goes missing. Maybe she just goes missing because she's figuring out what to do about the shipment. And then maybe something happens? And then, like, later... But, like, people think it's a kidnapping from the start. So even before this letter where the Lady in Black is asking Bob for help, even before this letter, people think it's a kidnapping. I guess that's mainly based on, like, yes, she goes missing, but there's also the broken glass. I still haven't figured out the broken glass in Marie's room. Fuck. This game, God. Another thing I was thinking about doing at one point is kind of like using the game itself to figure out the answers to the mystery is looking at times, like there's been times we got extra questions on the quiz that we're not getting this time with our highest score. And if we know that getting extra questions usually means we've got something right, are there any cases where we know changing an answer would get us some extra questions that would also like fit with the rest of the answers we gave? I don't know if I explained that well, but like I think it makes a lot of sense as a way to like work out what we could be screwing up. For example, if I said Anita is the Lady in Black, the game will ask us, what object did Juiced have in common with Marie? And in that case, I feel like it's asking that question as a way to give us a little nudge to help us figure out that Marie's actually the Lady in Black. Because, like, knowing that they have that item in common doesn't really tell us anything, but, like, investigating that will, I think, help eventually come to the conclusion that at least there's a possibility that Marie could be the Lady in Black. What else do we have? Lady in Black's accomplice is a question we got when we said, oh, that was a question when we get the drug traffic. When we give the drug traffic answer to what does she do. So, yeah, that's tricky. That seems like another case where they might be helping us figure out who is the real accomplice. Like, I think Roy being an accomplice to some degree makes sense because he definitely helps her out with a bunch of things. And, like, he's on the boat. He's on the fishing boat, the bamboo. So it's entirely, well, no. Actually, Bruce, I'm pretty sure Bruce is in on the arrangement because he's super nervous. God. When you finish this game, I think chat will need to storm the field and carry you out on their shoulders. Okay, let's look at the next node. I'm disappointed I counted on your boat. You put me in an embarrassing situation. I have to take serious measures. Accept my offer. I will no longer be responsible for Marie's life. So, like, this is the first evidence we have that the Lady in Black is using Marie's safety as leverage. For anyone that hasn't seen all these streams, some relevant backstory. Bob is in love with Marie. Marie does not return those feelings. We believe Marie is the Lady in Black. So, like, I think she's using her knowledge of Bob's feelings against him. And that fits pretty well with everything else we know. I'm trying to find the missing piece of why Marie faked her kidnapping when she did. Or, you know, is it possible she didn't? Like, there's maybe the tiniest possibility that I got that question wrong, but everything else right. What if someone kidnapped Marie because they're trying to get the guns? Does that fit with everything else? I don't know. Like, Anita would potentially make sense. You know, just knowing she's a revolutionary. And the fact that, you know, we're asked about that. I don't know. It's a thought, but I don't know that I have a lot of confidence in it. Can you think of any relatively modern game that is remotely similar to this? No. I mean, even when this came out, I don't get the impression it was super successful, and I think people won't generally go for a game this difficult these days. So, like, modern mystery games tend to hold your hand a lot more. I feel like there's a much more interesting middle ground to be found between, like, more modern stuff and this. Like, I think this is too hard. I think it leaves too much stuff unanswered, but I think a lot of modern games are just too easy. I'm trying to think of, like, I think probably Obra Dinn is the best example I can think of that I've played recently that like felt like it was giving me like this level of engagement, but wasn't as punishingly difficult. That felt like a big challenge, but the game design allowed you to guess in a way that felt more productive. I think that's the big thing. Guessing in this feels like barely making any progress at all. Which, like, if you're stuck and frustrated, that kind of sucks. I appreciate that they didn't want people just, guessing their way through it, but like if you're stuck and you don't know what to do, like, sometimes just making a guess, in a well-designed game can get you some additional information that helps you figure the rest out on your own. And it's great if you can pull off a game design that supports that. Jordan says, also for those interested, late last VOD we discussed the piano puzzle some more and closed the book on that one. Yes. Specifically, it took me embarrassingly long to realize this, but the piano, the piano has this encryption mechanism, and for any given encrypted note, you need to play a particular song on the piano to get that note, and then you need to use a particular chess match from a book of famous chess matches in order to decrypt the note. And the chess match that is appropriate changes every week of the year. There's 52 matches on the chess book. And then the appropriate song changes every month. There's 12 songs on Marie's list of songs, and they're in order. The first one is for January, second is for February, etc. Golden Idol, yes. I'm very much looking forward to that. Outer Wilds also. I know Silver's a big fan of Outer Wilds. Lots of people are a big fan of Outer Wilds. Both of those I would like to play at some point on stream. Torsten Vranger, no news. We've been trying to talk through and investigate and figure out what I'm getting wrong here, but so far I've not made much progress. So let's go back and read the first note here. But I think we're mostly done investigating these. I feel like I'm missing something that pieces together the Lady in Black's story before the game starts. Excuse me, that might be it. Nope. This is just a letter from our buddy at the beginning of the game. Okay. Dear Captain, the hurricane is giving me a lot of trouble. A friend was supposed to make an urgent shipment for me, but with this weather, I don't know if he'll make it to the meeting. So I think my assumption here is that the Lady in Black sends this. Well, probably knowing that the bamboo is already damaged, but not wanting to say that outright because that means she's saying, who is supposed to make the delivery for her. And, obviously she doesn't want to divulge that. So I think she's being vague about it. Have your boat ready to cast off. I'll get in touch with you in the evening. Thank you, the Lady in Black. So, she's not bringing up Marie at all. This note suggests that they've worked together before. There's obviously an assumption that the captain knows who the Lady in Black is already, and is at least somewhat willing to help in general. I'm just trying to think. Like, I think this has to be the first note because this is the only note that explains the reason for contacting Bob. You know, it explains the hurricane is the reason her usual person can't help. So this has to be the first note. But then we go from this, like, this is a very, like, upfront, like, there's just an assumption made that Bob is willing to help. And then the next note does not seem to have that assumption. Like, it's saying, you know, raise the yellow flag if you're willing to help. And that seems a little bit odd to me, but... I don't know. Connor says, Outer Wilds, Overdin, and Golden Idol are basically my favorite games. I need new ones. Well, hopefully we'll get more eventually. Also, I forget what it's called, but the sequel to Golden Idol is being worked on. And Kinney Games, who worked on Signal and Echo, the demo for that was definitely one of the most interesting things I've played in the past couple years. So I'm very excited about that. Paradise Killer. Yeah, that's another one. Like, I watched Silver and Retro play that. So, like, I would love to play it myself at some point, but I just want to, like, wait as long as I can so I, like, hopefully don't remember anything. Rise of the Golden Idol. Yes, thank you. But yeah, I did very much enjoy that a lot. Okay, what the hell are we going to do? So we've reviewed the Lady in Black notes. We talked about going to North Beach at 1:30 a.m. I'm pretty sure that'll get me killed. But I don't know. Might be fun. You know, maybe we'll happen to witness something right before we get killed. I don't know. I don't think so. But if nothing else, it might be good to verify that happens. Who tells us Juice and Marie have a medallion? Oh, right. I left the medallion down in the well, so we can't get that in this playthrough. And then Chris is the target. We tried to figure that out. Wait, what? I never got the dialogue from Chris about where the shots came from. I think we need to go back. Let's go back to when the shots are actually fired so I can go there and question them at the scene with some bribe items, and maybe we'll do a little better at getting more information. I think that's what we should focus on. I do wonder if I'm wrong about the target of the shots, but yeah, I don't know. I can't think of a good reason. Like, if Roy is being shot at, who and why? I don't have a good answer to that fits with everything else. But I would, if nothing else, I want to talk to Chris and get that dialogue about the shots coming from the trees. I don't know if there's anything else we could do to get more information that doesn't feel like just wasting a lot of time. All right, I need another bathroom break. I'll take a slightly longer break just because it's past midnight now. It won't be too long, probably no more than 5 minutes. And then we'll come back and do that. So I'll see y'all in a few. Okay, hello. Let me catch up on chat here. Res Mason, good to see you. You absolutely did not miss it, Res Mason. I'm starting to, my confidence is dipping a little bit, but I still think we can do it. Would have been like missing the moon landing. I mean, the first one. Forget games. Raw Spacer should take a crack at some cold case files. I have occasionally wondered if that is a thing I would be good at in real life, but I don't think I would ever actually want to do it. Puzzle says, "Oh, I really hope you love the Gabriel Knight games, Colin. It's one of my favorite Sierra games for sure." Yeah, I love those games. Kylan has been playing those. Still get stuck occasionally, but they don't have quite the same deduction required. Yeah, I think that's fair. It's a little bit of a different approach, but still pretty enjoyable. And I will say, the last one, Gabriel Knight 3, there are not a lot of fans of Gabriel Knight 3, but I think the gameplay is pretty great. The whole mystery and some of the things you do to work it out, I think are pretty interestingly done. Definitely not like perfect. It's flawed in a lot of ways, but I really enjoyed that game, and I think it gets less credit than it deserves. Okay, before we get into the game here again, I have a new ginger beer to try. This is one that some people have recommended. Reed's Craft Ginger Beer. I don't remember exactly who recommended this. They actually had two, I think like 3 different versions, but one was like a 0 sugar that I didn't worry about. But I got the original and extra. I've decided to start with extra just because, I don't know, I want something nice and spicy tonight. So I'm excited to try this. Oh, interesting. It tastes a little unusual to me in a way I'm not sure that I like. You want to try this?
Yes. I also wish to intrude.
Oh, sure.
To show everyone this little radish that I grew.
It's adorable.
Because I'm about to cut it up.
Oh no.
But it's a very pleasing and perfect shape. It's just very small.
It is. It's very cute. You should hold it up a little more so.
Okay. Oh.
Here. There we go.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing. Yes, Taco Adventure has been playing Gabriel Knight 3. I haven't had a chance to watch that, but...
I like that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Fascinating. So I'm saying fascinating because occasionally Unsecret Crush will describe something as tasting kind of like soap.
Specifically a ginger beer that Robot Spacer likes.
Yeah. And I kind of got a little bit of that when I took a sip of this.
Fascinating. How do you feel about cilantro?
I don't know. I think I'm not a fan of cilantro, but I don't think it tastes like soap to me.
I also don't think it tastes like soap. For a second, I was wondering if we had some sort of like opposite genes of thinking things taste like soap.
I don't know. I don't really think it tastes like soap. It just the unusual taste of it reminded me of you saying that.
Right. I guess.
I don't know how to describe. What are the ingredients here?
To clarify for chat, when I have described a ginger beer as tasting like soap,
oh, it's got pineapple juice. That's what it is. I wonder if that's the extra. I was expecting extra spicy, but I wonder if pineapple juice is the extra. It
anyway.
also has honey, lemon, and lime. continue. Sorry.
What I was describing about the what I think tastes like soap is like it's more of a floral kind of flavor and not so much spicy like I expected ginger ale to be. Whereas this has more of like it's more spicy forward.
Mm-hmm.
But the pineapple is an interesting revelation.
It's especially I like pineapple. She hates pineapple.
I don't like pineapple flesh. I don't mind pineapple juice in limited quantities.
Okay.
And I'm more tolerant of like a little bit of like if it's pureed pineapple and a little bit of like cooked on like a ham or something. But I don't really like eating fresh pineapple.
Right. I feel like mostly my opinion of this is like it's not what I was expecting. I regret now not trying the original first. This didn't describe in what way it was extra.
Sure.
Like there's really nothing to tell you what's different about it compared to the original. I do like that we have some very South Beach looking palm trees here.
I'm gonna go eat this radish.
Okay, I hope it's delicious.
If I really wanted to, I could probably swallow it whole. I don't though.
Hello, Journeyman. Good to see you. The 3D felt bland to me in Gabriel Knight 3 after the others. Yeah, like I think that's totally a valid response to that game. In general, I feel like people felt kind of negatively towards Sierra's explorations into 3D because it felt like such a downgrade. The art was so great in all their previous games, and it just, the 3D stuff was still very early in 3D, and it just was super lacking. Excuse me. But like, if you can get past that and just appreciate it for its good quality, I think it's a pretty interesting game. It's all kind of misbrained with the Riven remaster coming out. I also need to give Lighthouse the Dark being a shot as an adult since it scared me as a kid. I've never played that one. I've always been curious about it. In Canada, one of the grocery store chains has their own in-house brand, President's Choice, whose ginger beer is a bit overly sweet, but has a pretty good kick. That sounds nice. No, I don't think it's a bad batch, Culinary. It's just the first sip caught me off guard because there was a very strong flavor that wasn't ginger, and I was like, this is weird and not what I expected. And now that I have looked at the ingredients and I'm like, oh right, pineapple, of course, like that makes so much sense. I am able to appreciate it a little bit more for what it is. I still don't think it's quite what I want out of a ginger beer. Journeyman says, Reed's is not for me, I admit. The zest is too off for me. Interesting. Yeah, I'm really curious how the original compares. John says, in Quebec, they sell a spruce soda. It's like drinking a sweet, bubbly pine tree. It's an acquired taste. I'm pretty sure I've heard of that. I'm not sure if it was you that mentioned it or if I just happened to see it brought up somewhere else. That's so odd. I would definitely try it at least once, though. Oh, Culinary says the original doesn't have that stuff. Interesting. Pineapple is always extra. Now I want to, it kind of makes me want something that's pineapple that I enjoy more. Yeah, I don't know. I think the pineapple just doesn't... It's not something I want to be in a ginger beer. That's okay. Original Reed's is like the IPA of ginger beers. I don't know what that... Can you elaborate on that, Culinary? I'm generally not a fan of IPAs, but a lot of people are. So I'm curious what you mean exactly. Verndra says, I got really confused for a second there. I thought you were watching another stream on stream. Didn't realize that was Zucker Crush. Apologies. Okay, so We're going to restart here. We're going to go... we're going to go drown ourselves in the pond. Oh, no, actually, it's 11, so we're just going to get the bad ending where we don't die, we just didn't solve anything. Anton comes to tell you that the Brisbane is going to hoist anchor. In the meantime, a boat from the colonial government arrives at Maupiti with 2 inspectors on board. You report the affair to them, and you leave for Japan. Watching Maupiti disappear over the horizon, you are seized by a bitter feeling of defeat. You failed in your investigation. But we did get a pretty good song. Okay. So now we're going to go back to... Yeah, we can use the same save slot number 3. Let me double check what time that is. Because we want to have a little bit of time. I think that'll be fine. It's at 8:30. So that gives us 2 hours to grab a couple items. That should be plenty of time. Travel time can take a little bit, but 2 hours is more than enough, I'm sure. So we want to once again get items for Roy and Chris. Let's see. I think we can get all the same items. Oh, there's Chris. Oh, right. The diamond. Once again, we're in the same save file I started with today. So the diamond is already in the cabin. So we'll go ahead and just drop our keys on the ground here, just to give me more space in my pockets. Excuse me. That's fine for now. So we want newspaper, diamond, drugs paper, and bullet. Okay. So we'll go to the garden. I wish it were easier to get around this island. I think we can get to the garden from the pier. Yes. Oh God, time. It's already 9. Okay, so that gives us 1 item for Chris, and then the bullet is in... Oh, no, the bullet is in my cabin. The newspaper is in my cabin. The diamond is in my cabin. Okay. Just catching up on chat here. Dried pineapple. I don't know that I've ever had dried pineapple. Oh, wait, no. I did actually have some recently. It's all right. I think I prefer fresh pineapple. It was kind of like candied pineapple, though. Like, I think it had like some kind of sugar coating on it. So it's possible it's maybe different than what you're thinking of. Newspaper, diamond, wig. Who will wear wigs? Bullets. Okay. That's our 4 items. So I'm gonna save in slot 1. I want to hang on to that other save just in case we want to go back there again. Well, no, actually, I'm not going to worry about it because it's basically the same scenario, just this is a better time to investigate the same stuff. Connor says, by that I mean it has an intense ginger flavor, but it's very refreshing. It's a god-tier beverage to have with sushi. Interesting. That does sound pretty good. Are people actually fans of IPAs, or is that just the only type of beer craft brewers make? I think people are fans of it. I don't know. I'm not a huge beer drinker in general. But generally, when somebody's like, here's an IPA, I think it's great, I end up not really enjoying it. I can't think of what beers I do like. At some point, I decided that alcoholic ginger beer was kind of the only alcohol I really loved, and most beers were just not worth drinking to me. Alcohol is a thing that is generally recommended to avoid if you have acid reflux problems, which I do. But then the alcoholic ginger beer that I really liked, I have not found in a long, long time. Was Krabby's. It was like a UK brand, I think. And I have not found it in forever. That stuff's really good. So then I started getting into non-alcoholic ginger beers, which are also enjoyable. I think the thing I liked about alcoholic ginger beers is they're not as sweet. So you get the spiciness in a different form, which I would say I generally found more enjoyable. But a good non-alcoholic ginger beer can still be pretty good. Okay, I should stop talking and focus on what I'm doing. We want to get to South Beach. Get there from the pier? No. I think we go to Maggie's. There we go. Okay. So Roy and Chris are here already, and they will be shot at in 25 minutes. You're not a real sailor, are you? Asks Roy. Chris gazes at the trees and doesn't answer. So he's looking at the trees. That's interesting. Is it... Oops, I tried to open. Is it possible we could see anything in the trees? So this tree here has money in it, $40, which we believe Bruce put in there at the beginning of the game. I don't fully understand that. I don't know what the money is for. We know Bruce is really nervous, presumably because he knows he's smuggling something for somebody. He is hiding in his cabin a lot while they're at sea, even during the hurricane. Bruce is the captain of the Bamboo, to clarify. And throughout the game, he continues to be super nervous all the time. And when the bodies start showing up, he's increasingly convinced that everyone's going to get killed. At one point, he's standing over by these trees and just sweating buckets. But other than that, I don't fully understand what his deal is. I can't make sense of the $40. I don't know if that's money he's returning because he wasn't able to make the delivery. That's kind of the best theory I can come up with. Derek Ironbot says, did you hear in the 1920s people would rent pineapples for party decorations because they were new to Americans and hard to get? There's several $1,000s to buy, if I recall correctly. Huh. Victorians, I think, too. There's a pineapple on the Wimbledon trophy, I think. Fascinating. Candied ginger is nice, too. Yeah. Apparently pineapples are symbols of hospitality from Victorian times because of how expensive they used to be. Yeah, I'm familiar with the hospitality thing. Just very generally. Toronto says, in my old neighborhood of years ago, a Chinese grocer would occasionally have baby ginger. The skin was thinner, less opaque, and had parts that had a lightly purple tint. Ginger itself had a slightly sweeter taste. Interesting. Oops. Coconut palm. I just wanted to click around the trees up here. I don't think we would be able to see anything. Under Maupiti skies. It seems like a weird spot to shoot somebody from. There's got to be better places, right? I don't know. Okay. Let's observe again. I think we want to wait in real time. Otherwise, we'll skip past 10:30. So I'll continue catching up on chat here. Let's talk more Solvy. I'm trying. It's hard. Everyone go order a bag of gin-gins. Not much of a 401k for the tree, but it's a start. You got to start somewhere. Maybe if I finish this, I'll crack open a regular one. Oh God, it's 1 o'clock already. This is terrible. I'm so discouraged. Maybe after this, we should go do the quiz again. I do feel like oh, I was going to do a poll or a prediction rather. So I'm not going to put a deadline on this, but I am going to do a prediction on whether y'all think I will actually finish the game tonight. Some additional information. Like I said, I'm not going to put a deadline on it, but I usually end stream at 1:30, which is half an hour from now. Well, I say usually. That's like the official end time, I guess. I usually go later than that. I doubt I would go later than like 2:30, which is an hour and a half from now. Yeah, let's not think about it too much. Y'all can just vote. I'll do a 15-minute prediction. I definitely won't finish in the next 15 minutes. Get your votes in. I guess we could talk to them real quick and see what they're up to.
Yes.
It's not a bad idea.
I'm taking a walk.
I suppose they're probably not going to tell us much. Excuse me.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
Got 5 more minutes, which is 1 minute of real time. Excuse me.
I'm taking a walk.
They're just having a nice little stroll. Just 2 guys out for a walk. Okay, we're going to hear a gunshot soon. Warning. It'll probably still surprise me. They're still having the same conversation. We know, of course, that Chris is actually a cop or like some kind of agent. He's definitely not a real fisherman. And Roy has suspected that from the start, just because Chris is not... There's the gunshot. Chris is not a very competent fisherman. And that is very apparent to Roy. Thank you for the scream. Okay, so now we can ask them what they're doing. We're going to start with Roy.
Yes.
What you doing?
Someone fired on us when I was walking with Chris.
Okay. And what would you say if I gave you this newspaper?
I don't see what you are getting at.
What? Huh.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
Yeah, observe is a good idea. Chris threw Roy to the ground. Right away, the shots rang out. This fits what I already knew. I'm sure we've seen this before, but like it seems like Chris saw a glint up in the trees. Like let's talk to him.
What for?
So he knows that someone's about to shoot, and he throws Roy to the ground.
I was shooting the breeze with Roy.
How do we get that dialogue? What the hell? What am I missing? I'm trying to think of other things we could do to get information about the shots.
Somebody tried to do away with Roy. I don't know why, but he must know.
I'm going to do this again.
Somebody tried to do away with Roy. I don't know why, but he must know.
We did this already, but I'm going to try giving an item again.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Shooting the breeze, the wind. Culinary said, do we know who the shooter is? I believe it is Marie. Or I guess I believe it is the lady in black. Like we have a photo of her. Chris has a photo of her where she's holding a gun. She's got a military outfit on. So like she looks like a person that's comfortable firing a weapon. I think it makes sense that she would fire at Chris because he's here trying to figure out what's happening. And he's got information about her. And presumably she has figured that out. The more I talk through this, the more I'm confident that Chris is the target, actually. And that I shouldn't be focusing so much on this question. I'm definitely not 100% confident, but that's the answer that fits best with our overall picture. And again, like we know our overall picture of things is very close to correct. But I would really like to get the dialogue about where the shots came from. And I can't remember how to get that. Drona, I don't know if you're still around or remember how to get that dialogue, but I would be happy to take a reminder if you know. Like, it's something I've gotten before. I just can't figure out. You look it up. Thank you.
Yes.
I don't understand why it doesn't seem to be any of the things that make sense. Well, we know it's Chris. So
I'm listening.
Let's focus on talking to Chris. So we're still getting that same observation text. Like, I wonder if time passes, we'll get something a little bit different from them. Like maybe after 11, if I ask Chris what he's doing, he'll have a different answer that's still related to the shooting. That's kind of all I can think of.
What for?
Chris doing 11 a.m. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I definitely didn't try that. Okay, so we'll have to wait a little bit. just wait. Kyle and Air says, I'm predicting no just to give the yes voters something to win. Thank you, Kyle and Air. Well, I appreciate it. Unsecret Crush says, I will also make this noble sacrifice. Derek Ironbret says, I will also volunteer as tribute. Thank you. I appreciate you all pretending like you think I will figure out the game. So we're currently at yes, 11,048 coins. No, 20,000 coins. Okay, it's now 11, and Roy has left. Chris is still here.
Always under my feet.
So we can't ask him about 11 o'clock yet, but I'm curious.
I'm on the track of the gunman. Before the shots I saw something flicker among the guns. That's what saved us, but he's flown the coop.
Okay. So let's give him an item. Let's see. The other thing we got for him was the bullet.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Okay. The only thing I can think here is we don't have any other information about where the shots come from. And I can't think of any reason for him to be lying about this. Like, he's willing to admit that he is a very observant guy and was able to, notice that they were about to be shot at. So, it's not like he's going so far with his fisherman act that he's like, going to pretend that he doesn't have like good cop observation skills or whatever. So like, I can't think of any reason to lie about where the shots came from. And like, he definitely wants to figure it out, especially if he's the one being shot at. So it makes sense for him to lie about being shot at, but not where the shots came from. I do still wonder if the shots could be coming from the house, just because, I don't know, that makes a little bit more sense to me, but it's also farther away. I'm not sure how much farther away. Like, here's our map. The building is here. South Beach is, I don't know exactly where this spot on South Beach is, but, the house is very close to the beach. Okay. For the record, I predict the spacer will break down and go full brute force mode on the quiz, achieve victory, but we'll still be very confused. I think that's quite possible. Even if it takes me 5 more weeks, that's still quite possible. Heart is strong, but the eyes are heavy. Oh no. Okay, so I think we've maybe gone as far with this investigation as we can, at least in a reasonable amount of time. But let's see if we can find Roy. Yeah, Roy runs to the house. And let's talk to him again real quick.
Yes.
I have to buy more energy drinks. Okay. What are you doing?
Someone fired on us when I was walking with Chris. Before I had the time to realize what was going on, Chris threw me to the ground, then there were shots.
I'm still confused why I can't get some of the dialogue from Roy that we got before. Like I had this strong memory that Roy said it was initially Chris being shot at, but then we were able to get him to change what he was saying. But he keeps saying us. Let's skip ahead.
I'm listening.
So we can ask him about the 11 o'clock time period. Just to see if we get anything different there. Okay, where the heck does he go? Sue and Bruce. That was with the memory phrase function of Chris's description? Yeah, like we did that mechanic, but I'm pretty sure we can get that same information, and I think I did get that same information through giving an item later. It's just
always under my feet.
I can't even seem to find the dialogue where he says it was Chris being shot at.
I'm working.
Right? Like, he keeps saying us.
Before I had the time to realize what was going on, Chris threw me to the ground, then there were shots.
Like, it's possible I interpreted that. Taco Adventure, hello. We were just talking about you a bit ago, because we were talking about Gabriel Knight 3. I hope you've been having a great time with it. I enjoy that game a lot. Despite its flaws, I think it does some interesting things with the gameplay and puzzles and mystery and stuff. But I hope you had a good stream. Welcome all. I'm Robot Spacer, and we're playing Maupiti Island. This is my 30th stream. I've been playing this for over 140 hours now, and I'm hoping to finally beat it tonight. But I'm starting to have a little bit of doubt about that. We'll see. Enjoy it when it is working. Yeah, that's totally fair. I think I struggled with getting it to run initially, but then I happened to find a setup that worked well, and it was pretty much fine for me from then on, but it's definitely a tricky one to get running. Yeah, I can't remember what I did exactly. I think I have notes somewhere, but who knows if I would be able to replicate my setup if I had to do it again. I have a theory about the ending of Gabriel Knight 3, but discussing it would be a spoiler. Interesting. I would like to play that again at some point, I think. Like, I feel like I missed a lot of stuff. In fact, I think someone commented on one of my YouTube videos that like the second playthrough is more interesting, just because you're aware of what's going on and are able to find a lot of interesting bits that you would miss the first time around. Okay, so what have you noticed? 11.
Everybody was in front of Nuggies. They all heard the shots.
Okay.
Someone fired on us when I was walking with Chris.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Buddy, I don't know what I'm getting at.
Everybody was in front of Nuggies. They all heard the shots.
Wish Twitch had spoiler tags. Yeah, that'd be nice. All right, I think I'm going to give up on this investigation route. I think I've done enough investigating that I feel pretty good about those answers. So I'm back to focusing on what happened to Lucy and who was Lucy is the big question. I don't know how we can get that info, but probably bribery is our best bet. But I think the first thing we'll do is we'll go try the quiz again. I think I'll probably try other this time for Who Was Lucy, and then I'll leave all my other answers the same. That is an option I've been wanting to try, and we'll see how it goes. Let's see. So we can do that in this playthrough. Oh, that reminds me. I forgot to increase my death counter. We're at 141 now. Lucy is the piano. Okay, so we got to wait till 4 when the well is not full of water. Hello, Roy. What you up to, Roy? I'm gonna wait. If I use the wait command again, then we will not have a lot of time down in the well. We only get an hour of in-game time, which is 6 minutes real time, I think. Is that right? I don't know. It's not a lot. It's the 4th highest voted Twitch request. That's interesting. I don't know that I've ever looked at which ones are the most popular. I do occasionally go upvote some things. Yeah, we missed our chance to talk to Roy. I was too focused on getting in the well. Here's Bruce. Bruce is talking to himself. He's nervous and jumpy. I know we've already done this, but let's ask him what he's doing.
Yes, sailor. I'm taking a walk.
I should have known that. Okay, and I don't think we have anything to bribe him with. We need the medallion. Moments. Keep moments as the top one, which I'm kind of surprised about. Yeah, I feel like people suddenly became attached to moments once we were told they were going away. I know I definitely had a greater appreciation knowing they were going away. It was an interesting idea. That I don't know. I guess I feel like ultimately it was probably the right decision to get rid of them. But maybe something similar could be done. I don't know. Put the medallion in. Oh, I goofed up. I emptied the wrong one. That's fine. While I'm doing this, I'm thinking, is there a way I could better optimize this for a speed run? What is the fewest number of new moves you can do this in? Okay, here we go. What are moments that clips couldn't cover? Yeah, I mean, the main difference is everybody gets a little special icon that shows they were there for a moment. It's kind of the only different thing, which is kind of fun. I feel like it'd maybe be more interesting if that was a custom icon that the streamer could choose or something, but I don't know. That seems like too much work for what it is. Do y'all like the new beginning and message highlighting? I like the big emotes. I think that's fun. And I would, even if they had an option to turn things off, I would 100% leave that on. The celebration that makes the emotes all float up over the stream, like, I don't understand why they shipped that feature without letting the streamer turn it off. I mean, I know why, because it makes them money, but like, I think that was a bad decision. Because, you know, people can use that in a disruptive way, and like, all you can do is like ban that person after the fact if they're being disruptive. It seems like the streamer should have more control over that. All you can do right now is set those really high, which doesn't seem like a great solution either. Really high cost, I mean. And then the borders, I don't know, like, to me, that's like, it's fine, I guess. Like, it seems like a thing that's only useful in like a super high traffic stream, which I don't generally participate in. Probably Games Done Quick is like the only high traffic streams I watch regularly, you know, during their big events, where I would think that would be useful in any way. But even then, like, you know, things go by so fast, it's like not that useful. Okay, so this time I'm not going to talk about my answers too much because we already did that very thoroughly. I'm going to do the same thing as last time. We're just going to change who was Lucy to other. And honestly, if we're still wrong, I might do another one. Thank you for flushing your coins down the toilet, Rose Mason. I might do another one where we choose blackmailer, just so we have tried all 5 options of who was Lucy. And then if I still haven't won the game, I think then we can say with some amount of confidence that revolutionary was correct. I will be a little bit surprised if that ends up being correct. But Anita, revolutionary. Anton was with Sue. And last person to see Juiced alive was Anita. Who kidnapped Marie? Nobody. Who signs their name the Lady in Black? Marie. What does she do? Arms traffic. Where are the weapons delivered? Esmera. Who killed Juiced? Roy. The motive? A wig. Who did the wig belong to? Lucy. What happened to Lucy? She's dead. Who was Lucy? Other. So I'm going to write down number 15. Same, but Lucy equals other. The target of the shots, Chris. From what part of the South Beach did the shots come from? Trees. Who broke the bookshelf? Roy. What was he looking for? A book. To do what with? Decode a message. Message received by the piano. Who is Menelik? The wind. Dear Mr. Lang, when you find this message, I will already be far away from Maupiti. Other business takes me away. Don't be too disappointed. It's only a missed meeting. Our paths will cross again. I'm sure of it. Marie or the Lady in Black. A little reading. I can't believe I fucking did it, finally. Oh my gosh. Y'all. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Deavor, thank you so much for 5 gift subs. Oh my gosh, I have to scroll up so much. Thank you so much for 5 gift subs to TV Static, Bill the Bear, Monty Avocado, the 32-bit kid, and Goemon Sama. Culinary Disaster, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Thank you very, very much. And now it is time to wait for the sequel. Oh no, we'll never get the sequel. Culinary, thank you for the 5 gift subs to Coffee ZZZZZ, Dr. Jacobs 55, Lars Mandel, Baron Redwing, and James Necco. Thank you, Silver Streak, for the 5 gift subs. So many gift subs. Oh my gosh. To, not sure how to pronounce this one. EDMCH, Bill Kuhn, Bobby Dice Roller, Adrift on a Sea, and Hopeless Stream. What now, though? Yeah, I'm so excited to click and see what happens next. Is this just the ending? This could be the whole ending. I would not be surprised if this is the entire ending. I hope we at least get a little closing scene with a bit more text and some nice music. Maybe even a new song. Who knows? Journeyman, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you, thank you. I'm scrolling back through to make sure I didn't miss anything. A Hype Train level 4. Oh my gosh. Maple Mystery, thank you for the Mega Flush. I think that played, but I was so busy catching up on things that I missed hearing it. Are we just very behind on the alerts? Okay, we're getting caught up. Thank you Twitch alerts for catching up. Silver Streak. Oh, what? They gotta support those on mobile. I can't see it. Thank you so much, Silver Streak, for the on-screen celebration. I wish I could see all the dabbing Cedrics. Okay. I think the alerts are caught up, so now I'm going to click through and we'll see what's next here. I can't believe I beat this fucking game. What if there's more game? You inspected the cave. Some 20 crates were piled on a large platform about 1 meter above the ground, safe from the water that gets in during high tide. Inside the crates, you discovered a whole arsenal. Now you are traveling to Japan. Do you know how to say the tea pavilion in Japanese? Asks Bob. Oh, a very soft and beautiful name. Sukiya? And there, on the deck of this boat, hearing him pronounce this name, you already dream of a Japanese adventure, which will be called Sukiya. And then they never released it. They were working on the game, but then the studio shut down. There's some art. If you go to loncore.net, you can dig around and see some art from that game. But I think that's about all we have. Thank you, Dronon. Dron, I would never have finished this without your help. Like I said, I probably could have gotten there eventually, but it would have been significantly less fun. I appreciate your guidance very much. Also, important to mention, Dronon has been working on a guide to this game. If you've been watching all my streams, you probably wouldn't need a guide. 6-7. What? It's popping up on stream, but I'm not hearing it. 6-7, thank you so much for that gift sub. Where'd it go? Oh, to David TKI. Thank you so much. Sorry I missed that one. For some reason, the gift subs aren't popping up in my app here. Probably a bug I need to fix. So yeah, Dronon's been working on a guide to the game in English. There's a guide in French available. There's a lot more information available in French, which is the game's original language, but not a lot in English. So I think that guide will be a huge help in helping other people enjoy this incredibly difficult game. So I'm very excited to read that and just learn a little bit about what I missed and stuff like that. Like I'm sure there's a bunch of stuff I missed. And then next week we will check out the Amiga version of this game. And then we'll just spend some time talking about it. Hopefully there'll be some interesting things to discover that we've never seen, and like the sound, like I said, there's like lots of ambient sound. The music is super different in the Amiga version. A lot of the screens have animation, so it should be interesting to check that version out, even if you've already seen this one. Maple Mystery, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate your support very much. Why am I not hearing anything? So puzzling. Okay, this is probably the end, but I'm curious what's going to happen when I click through here. Oh, Silver, you didn't get an emote? I'm so sorry. Oh, this is just it. I can't continue. It's just, you have to reboot your computer to get back to the DOS prompt, I guess. That's fine. Unless the game froze or something. Oh, there's the game guide. Thank you so much. Let me post that in chat. Drona says, congratulations. The story is happy end. Thank you. Being the wise and courageous knight that you are, you feel strength welling in your body. Return to starting point. Challenge again. What if you bump your head and lose all of your memories of the game to amnesia? You'll have to play it all over again. I gotta say, I hope that won't happen. Celebratory hardlock, indeed. Hello, Mr. Gel. Good to see you. Okay. Yeah, no extra song. That's a bummer. I don't want to like immediately end stream. I do need to go to the bathroom again, so I'm gonna go do that. We'll talk a little bit more about the game, and we'll just kind of have a relaxed wrap things up. I might try to do a quick speed run. Like, I think a speed run is basically just you need to get the essential items to go in the well. Probably the trickiest part is going to be entering the code on the medallion, because that's a thing I haven't had to do that much, just because I made saves to avoid that. And then you just go in the well and answer the quiz. Like, I think you can ignore most of the game if you know the answers to the quiz. This is just for like a I guess a good ending speed run. I guess you would call that an any percent maybe, but like, you know, you can get a bad ending by just clicking wait until you get to the very end and leave. But yeah, short break and I'll be back in just a minute or two. Okay. Oh, I missed. Okay. Dronan had another link that is not part of the guide, but has some interesting information. Thank you. Okay, let me catch up on chat here. Game is a bit of a sore loser. Yeah, maybe a little bit, huh? Did Maupiti Island stream surpass Persona 3 stream time? Probably not. I mean, Persona 3 is a pretty lengthy game. I'll take your crush. Thank you for the Maupiti. Straight into challenge runs. Like how Neen's answer for piss being removed was just another emote that says piss. Yes. So Nina Marie, wonderful streamer, had a piss emote that was like, it was inspired by the Dark Souls games where they have these doors that are like this yellow fog. It kind of looks like piss. So it was like this, kind of yellow fog effect. Maybe looked a little bit like a wall of piss, and it said piss over top. And recently, after a very long time of that emote existing, Twitch removed it for being, I'm trying to think of the word they used. Just too upsetting, basically. But now we have Neen Rip Piss, which is also quite good. Okay. Silver, please get some rest, and thank you so much. Can complain about the quiz now. Please do, Dronan. I would love to hear it. Okay, Dronan says the quiz has 19 core questions you have to get exactly right to win. The game isn't scoring them as X out of 19. Instead, questions have different point values that add up to 100. What? That's bullshit. And then it presents it as a percentage. That's absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. Oh, Derek Ironbutt, I'm so sorry you missed it. Well, the good news is we're going to try a little speed run here. And then next week we'll play the Amiga version all the way through. And that'll be a pretty leisurely playthrough. Where I try to explore the game pretty thoroughly, just so we can check out the Amiga version in its entirety. So there's always that if you want to see the ending again. John says, if you start getting questions wrong, it swaps out questions from an alternative list, and those are all worth 0 points. And the game absolutely does not care what answer you give to them. Some of them are questions that have no clear answer given in the game at all. Oh, God. Yeah, that's pretty terrible. I kind of figured there was, like, my best guess at what the quiz was doing was that if there were any questions I didn't even see, it was considering my answers to those wrong. Which I guess is a little bit what it's doing, but it's just there's an additional level of weirdness on top of that. That's wild. Go on, Sama. Good to see you. Hope you enjoy the gift sub. Did like 40 some Persona 3 streams. 30 streams of Maupiti Island. Plus 1 bonus next week. Jordan says the second last section in the guide is kind of a plot timeline summary as I understand it. Some of it is up for debate, to be honest. Fascinating. I think what I'll do is I'll read over the guide before stream next week, and then I'll kind of keep in mind the stuff that we missed, just so I can make sure we cover all the interesting stuff. That's a tough decision, though. Like, it might be fun to learn about new things on stream again next week, but it's probably more interesting to make that a more guided playthrough. Oh, yes, the prediction. Thank you for reminding me on Secret Crush. So, will I finish tonight? We had 49% yes, although I think everyone that voted no claimed they thought I was going to win. They were just doing it to give the other people some coins to win. So ultimately, everyone thought I would win, which I appreciate your support very much. 7 people voted yes with 7.8k coins. 3 people voted no with a total of 10,000. Oh, wait, no, sorry. A total of 18.9k points towards yes and 20k points towards no. And of course, we now know the answer is yes. I finally fucking finished Maupiti Island. I'm sure that yes is the correct outcome. Thank you. Thank you for lurking and for the GG's go, Mount-sama. The 4th age of man has begun at last. The good news is Maupiti Island will never hurt anyone again. Thank goodness. 6-7 says, I actually thought the story about Lucy being the agent, number 12, that Chris was sent to track down, made some good sense when he found the clues. Yeah. I thought that was an interesting theory, but alas. I did like... I love that this game leaves enough ambiguity that you can come up with a lot of different theories that seem fairly plausible. That's pretty fun. I hope the Amiga version is completely different so you can spend the rest of the year on that. As far as I know, the gameplay is the same. The biggest difference I'm aware of, aside from like, you know, the graphics being totally different and the sound differences and stuff, the well is swapped left to right. So it's like mirrored, which was kind of interesting to learn about because we discovered that by noticing that if I clicked on the left side on the well in the DOS version, it would give me some responses that made it seem like I was clicking on the skull that's on the right side, which got us wondering if it was flipped in the Amiga version, and sure enough it was. So I guess they flipped the artwork but forgot to flip the code that checks where you're clicking. Winners, please enjoy your 38.9 thousand coins. I guess, okay, that's a total of all the coins. So some of those are just coins you're getting back. Thank you for the congrats, Derek Ironbutt. So many Maupiti decisions they make, I continue to respect. Yeah, like I think despite a lot of my complaints, they did a lot of good things. It says mostly leisurely because the Amiga takes so damn long to load from disk. Yeah, with the Amiga emulator I have, at least, like it's got options to speed things up, but doing so seems to break things. So it will be a little bit slow while we wait for emulated floppy disks to load and stuff like that. And there will be virtual disk swapping involved as well. Jordan says, I only figured out the quiz thing a few weeks ago using the memory tracker, and I stumbled across what was happening by accident. I was assuming the quiz was doing something else and just lucked into the true answer by coincidence. Jeez. Congrats, Efton, Dronon, Tuigia, Deovor. Oh, Dronon abstained. Interesting. And says, I'm looking forward to the all-in-one stream, Amiga stream, so I can finally find out what is happening in this game. I hope that we are able to present a decent picture of what is happening. I feel like after tonight, I have a pretty good understanding of events. There's just some details that I'm not quite sure on still. I'm curious if we'll be able to understand those details any better. Hope you sleep like a baby tonight. Honestly, probably not. But thank you. I hope so too. Okay. So I said I would do a quick speed run, so let's do it. It won't take too long. We just got to figure out how to restart DOSBox X here. Reboot guest system or reset virtual machine? Let's try reboot guest system. There we go. A rare opportunity to enjoy the intro. Maybe you'll get distracted by some kind of code-breaking puzzle all over again. Could happen. Dronin says, as for the strongbox, no one has a clue. Roy probably collects it. Anything else is anyone's guess. You get some clue points from noticing it. Yeah, like after the bit we get at the end, like I actually kind of feel like my original assumption makes the most sense. For a long time I thought the strongbox was like, at least I'm pretty sure this, like I've had so many different theories about different things. I'm pretty sure I talked about this at one point, that I thought the strongbox was like floating up from the water. I definitely also considered that it was like dropped from the sky or something. In more recent streams, that's been kind of the thing I was thinking. But then most recently I was like, you know, I don't think it's coming from a plane. So I wasn't really sure how it ended up there. But like with the information we get at the end, to me it makes sense that like, you know, there were a bunch of boxes down there in the cave, and like somehow one of those ends up floating up. Like, you know, something happened, it got knocked off the platform it was on or something like that. Like I feel like that makes sense. Did they ever make Sukiya? Unfortunately, no. They spent a lot of time working on it, but then the studio shut down and it was never finished and never released. If you go to longcore.net, I'm not going to dig up the exact page because I don't know where it is. But here's the website if you want to look around and try to find it on there. It helps if you have a browser that can do translation because it is all in French. Okay. All right, spacebar. Verdant Tree was in a Yakuza cutscene. We did it. We won. And now I'm going to do a little speed run here. Okay, I'm not going to click this yet. So I don't have a scene. Or do I? Hold on. I might be able to get a timer on screen, which would be more fun. Okay. Let me just poke around in studio mode real quick here. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's no big deal. This scene will have a little bit of a black bar below the game, but that's not a problem. Just adjusting some things here. Okay. There we go. And let's see. Somewhere I've got buttons. There we go. So I can start the timer and reset the timer. Okay. So we're all set for a speed run. I do need notes on the buttons to press on the medallion. It's the one thing I do not have memorized. I don't remember where my notes are on that. Okay. I think this is... I think that's right. 154236. Drone on if you can confirm that. And I remember you saying that I can skip the 1. Someone on the French forum theorizes the strongbox floated away from Marie's cache and just ended up there. Right, yeah. I feel like that's, like, if there's no other information, like, that seems like the best guess as to what happened to me. And the box used the wig to disguise itself as Marie, of course. Does Robot Spacer not know we're all French here? No, I did not know that. Oh, Dronan says click on Liste des Jeux, Game List, and Sukiya is under there. Thank you, thank you. My limited Anglo-Canadian French knowledge seems sufficient to browse this site. Excellent. What should your cycles be set at for speedrunning? That's a good question. Let's bump it up a little bit. If I go too fast, things get a little crunchy. The audio in particular can get weird, but I think we can do about 12,000 cycles. That'll speed up. A lot of things aren't affected by the cycles, but transitions, like, you know, when we go from scene to scene, there's like an animated transition. When we start talking to someone, there's a transition. So like that stuff all speeds up a lot if we make things faster. So that definitely helps a lot. Missed, but it sounded right. You can skip the 1. Okay, yeah, I think like I have it highlighted, and I think this is correct. 154236. Moi aussi, nice. Très bien. I took a lot of French classes in, I think, starting in junior high, and then in high school. My French is not very good, but like I know a little bit. And it's like the language I'm most comfortable like figuring things out. It definitely takes a lot of like thinking about what things mean and then looking up words I'm not familiar with. Cycle should be only set at 69 or 420. I think that would be a little slow. Okay. So let me think about this real quick before we get started. So we need 154236. Okay. 154236. 154236. So that's the number to enter on the medallion. And then the items we need are the stone from Marie's room. We need the rope or cord from the saloon. And then we need the medallion, which doesn't appear until 1:30 a.m. on North Beach. And we have to make sure not to be on North Beach at that time or we will die. So we'll want to pass time somewhere else. I don't actually know at what point it's safe to go there. I think for this run, I'll just say we should wait till 2 a.m. Is that everything we need? Is that like all the game we need to do? I think it is. Let's see, we need the rope to get down into the well. We need the stone to insert into the well so we can open the passage. Once we're down in the passage, everything we need, aside from the medallion, is right there. And I don't think we need to do anything else to figure out the rest of the stuff. So that sounds right. If nothing else, if I don't manage to get through this, it will be a learning experience. Can skip the entire jewel box and go straight for the medallion. Yeah. I was aware of that. Okay, so I'm going to start my timer, and then I'll hit no. Okay, this probably won't be a super fast run, but that's okay. It will be a world record, regardless. So then we need the stone. Whoops. In the fish tank. And then where's the best place to wait? We need to wait somewhere that we won't get accidentally murdered. Maybe we should just go back to our cabin and sleep until 2 a.m.? That has potential downsides as well, but I think for this run, that's what I'll do. There might be a better way to do this, but... All right, I can right-click. Okay, so now it's 2 a.m. I shouldn't have waited quite so long. Oh, right. We don't have to go through the pier. I was thinking there's a period where it's not safe to go on the pier, but we don't actually have to, like, go there. I think if we just go directly to somewhere else, we can skip that danger zone, which is kind of funny. So juiced is good. That'll get us to North Beach. And hopefully this is shit. Okay, so we have to wait till 2:30 probably. That was a quick run. Here rests Jerome Lang, private detective, murdered by an unknown coward named Roy. May he rest in peace. Okay. Start over. Let me read some chat here before I start another run. So you can beat the game before Juiced is killed. No, you need the medallion. So that only appears... Juiced drops that the moment he is killed. That's it's actually a question that comes up in the quiz. So you need that medallion in order to get to the underground cave where the quiz pops up. And the only way to get that is to wait until after Juiced is killed. Not possible to save Juiced, unfortunately. Xenolon says, so between Drone and Robot Spacer, do we now have the world's two foremost minds on Maupiti Island here? I certainly wouldn't claim to be one of those people, but maybe one of the foremost English language speakers. That seems potentially believable. Although I do know, like, there's definitely some folks who are very familiar with this game that, just, have enjoyed it on their own many, many times over. Interestingly, the site seems to oscillate between calling it Sukiya and Sukiya. Oh, okay, so different spelling. I was just curious what the title might mean. My best guess is A Shop of Memories. Interesting. Medallion shows up at 1:30 a.m., but you need to leave the North Beach before 2 a.m. From 2 to 2:25, you get murdered there. Oh, okay, so I can go there at 2:30. Okay, or at 1:30. Okay. I was thinking that it would be bad to be there at that time. That's fascinating. Did find some info about the word. I think it partially refers to the architectural style of tea rooms. Yeah, I forget exactly what they said at the ending of the game there, but it seemed like there was a reference to tea rooms. Okay, let's start another run here. I'll try to die less this time. Shoot. Should I just sleep a bunch right now? Is that the more efficient way to do it? I think it is. Okay, I might have slept too long. We'll see how this goes. All right, there's also dangerous times to be in here. Okay. Are we safe to go there? No. Okay. So we'll wait a half hour, and now I think we'll be okay. Great. Search the net. Like, that's not that much of a time loss. Like, in-game time loss, but not real-life time loss. Just a couple seconds. Oh, I didn't want to take that shit. If I take it, then I can't interact with it. Oh, it went in the corner. Okay. So 54236. 5, 4, 2, 3, 6. There we go. Piece of cake. It's so weird that you can just skip the first digit of the code. Okay, and then we wait until 4. Put the cord on here. Put the stone in here. Go down the well. Push this in the passageway. And let's see, we want to turn this out and this. Put that in there. Put the rest in there. Turn that out. Fill up the shell. Pour it in there again. Turn that out. Put the rest in there. And then... Shit. Why do I always blank on which goes where? I think I got the right amounts. 2 measures. 2 measures. Okay. I did this a little differently than I normally do. Because we had more inventory space. Okay. And then the quiz. Okay. Anita is a revolutionary. Anton is with Sue. Anita was the last to see Juiced. Nobody kidnapped Marie. Lady in Black is Marie. She is arms traffic. Esmera. Roy. A wig. Belonged to Lucy. She's dead. She's other. Tired of the shots. Chris. Trees. Roy. A book. Dakota message. Received by the piano. Menelik is the wind. And that's it. We click. And that's the final time. 4 minutes, 11 seconds to play this game. And that wasn't even a very good run. Oh, man. You inspected the cave. Some 20 crates were piled on a large platform about 1 meter above the ground. safe from the water that gets in during high tide. So yeah, like, you know, those crates could easily, like, we don't get any information about what might have happened that pushed one of those crates off, but like, that's a very plausible scenario. Inside the crates, you discovered a whole arsenal. Now you're traveling to Japan. Do you know how to say the tea pavilion in Japanese, asks Bob. Oh, a very soft and beautiful name, Sukiya. And there on the deck of this boat, hearing him pronounce this name, you already dream of a Japanese adventure, which will be called Sukiya. We wait the boat. You can also go directly to the saloon from Marie's room to grab the cord. Yeah, that's a good optimization, for sure. Number one in the Twitch category right now, at least. Fantastic. I don't think I've ever seen anyone else streaming this game. I'm sure it has happened, but it doesn't come up too often. Are there keyboard shortcuts for any of the Verbs UI? Not that I am aware of. I don't think there are. I think I played around with that when I first started playing the game, just because it feels a little tedious to keep going back up to the menu, but I was never able to discover any. Another question in benchmarking. Start after answering the load game option. Stop when you see Marie's note or the final screen after that. Most game speedruns tend to end at like your final input. It really depends on the rules for the game, and like just the speedrunning community for that game tends to pick the rules. So like if you submit a new game to speedrun.com, which is it? I suddenly blanked on which one it is. Yeah, speedrun.com. If you submit a new game, like you'll have to fill out the rules. So like I've done that before, and I basically just kind of picked my own rules based on, you know, common conventions of like when to start. So like generally the starting points tends to be a screen that like you would click through when you're restarting the game. So like if you got an ending or had to reset, you would always come back to that screen that asks if you want to load a save game or not. So like that click is a good starting point. So yeah, I think the start and end point I was going on were pretty good. You know, ideally I wouldn't have to press my own button to time it. And like for speed runs that are very competitive, frequently people will like retime the runs, or, you know, whoever's reviewing the run will retime it based on the actual start and end point. So, you know, if you're fussing with a timer button, that doesn't actually get counted in the end. 409 by your count. Nice. I would probably submit that since we got a record of it. And it was a pretty good time, I think. But we can definitely do better. I kind of wonder what is the best I could do with just a little bit of practice. Why didn't you just do that back in November? Good question. Okay. Typical world record runner. This wasn't even a good run. I mean, I made lots of mistakes. I can do better. Oh man, what a game. The 1, 2, 3, 4 keys open the top menus, but I think you need the mouse to select from them. Oh, that's interesting. I don't even remember discovering that, but like if you need the mouse after that, like that's not much of an advantage. This version you're running is the DOS version, right? Is it in DOSBox? I'm actually using DOSBox X, which is a variation of DOSBox. It's basically the same thing. It's just kind of some features are built on top of it. I like it because it has a nice menu system. Like the plain DOSBox doesn't have any menus in macOS. Any configuration is done through a text file. Whereas this, you can do either way. There's a bunch of, like, I can just open up a menu to change the cycles and emulated CPU and like video and sound settings and stuff like that. Oh, Sakanako says, I actually saw that girl Joey playing the Amiga version of this yesterday, though not for very long. That's great. I'm not surprised that someone would try this and not stick with it for very long. Deavor, good night. Thank you for hanging out. And thank you again for the raid as well. Speedrunning community for this game is one. Last input would be clicking on Marie's note then. Yeah, I think so. When Spacer goes to sleep, there are like 20 people furiously breaking the record. Old School Jay, great to see you. Hope you're doing well. I was lurking in your stream last night and enjoyed your digging through the shovelware. It's always fun to watch stuff like that, all the weird little games that nobody's ever heard of. This is the end. I finally beat the game. Hard to believe. I still kind of can't believe it. Let's see. We'll switch back here while I wrap up. Yeah, it took me probably 145 hours to beat the game in the end, and then I was able to speedrun it in 4 minutes and 9 seconds. We've entered the child universe where Robot Spacer is not playing Maupiti Island. This is uncharted territory, y'all. It is. It's kind of hard to believe. Although, we're maybe not quite there yet, because I am going to play the Amiga version next week. So that'll be next Tuesday's stream. And again, Dronon's guide, I'm going to take a look over that, and that'll give me a chance to think about things and absorb it all. And then, we can talk about stuff I missed, and maybe consider different theories about things that are not clearly answered and stuff like that. And we'll just have a nice time appreciating this game and not feeling the pressure of will I finally finish it. Sakanako, thank you so much for 101 bits. More pity for Maupiti Island. I appreciate your support very much. It's been a happy if torturous pleasure getting through this with you. Thank you, and also your cool chat. Yes, thank you all for sticking with me for so long. I appreciate that a lot. And Dronon, I appreciate your support very much once again. Dronon, again, wrote a guide for this game. Let me post that again in chat. And I'll make sure to share that some more next week as well. Yeah, I tried to use the Windows shortcut for copy. That's terrible. I've been using Windows too much recently. It's fun to gaslight you about Fred. I definitely very briefly wondered if Fred might be real, but I think I was always pretty sure Fred was made up. Half believed in you, half thought you were cursed to play this game forever. I think that's completely fair. Completely fair. The speed run was 4 minutes and 9 seconds. I will be submitting that to speedrun.com probably tomorrow, but then we'll see if I can do better next week. I think I can definitely get it under 4 minutes easily, maybe even under 3 with some practice. So like Myst, where if you know the solution, you can just go straight to the ending. Yes, 100%. Almost all of the game can be skipped. There's just like a couple of kind of puzzly sequences you have to memorize, and then there's a quiz at the end that you have to remember the correct answers to. At this point, I was able to remember all the quiz answers just because we've talked about all that stuff so much. Please critique the guide. If you think you could present info better, please rearrange whole sections. Don't be shy. I will definitely let you know if I have any feedback. Absolutely. And again, just for anyone that came in late, like the Amiga version, I think is 100% worth seeing. Like it's got a ton of animation that's not in this version at all. The art is totally different. I do think I prefer the art in this version, but the animation is definitely neat to see, and it's great pixel art, even if it's not quite as good as what's in the DOS version. The music is super different, and from what I've heard, it sounds like it's higher quality. It's got ambient sounds throughout, which definitely adds a lot. Like characters all look super different. I'm really excited to see what everyone looks like in that version. So I think it'll be a fun time, and it'll also be a chance for, if you've missed some streams and don't know what the hell is going on in this game, like that's totally valid, and you'll get a chance to get like the whole game in a single stream. So hopefully that'll be fun. And then this Friday, I will be continuing painting. So I recently finished a game made in World Builder, an old Mac program. And I've been working on creating cover art that ideally also looks like it came out of the mid to late 80s. So I've been learning how to paint in acrylics, something I've done very little of and haven't touched in a long time. This is my second test painting, and I'm pretty happy with how it's coming along. It's very unfinished, but you can see I'm trying to, figure out how to do shadows and stuff like that. And been learning a lot each time I work on this. So I am excited to continue that. So that'll continue to be my Friday streams. After Maupiti is finally fully done next week, I think I'm going to play Deja Vu, which is the final Mac Venture series that I haven't checked out yet. That'll be the Mac version, of course. And we'll probably check out the NES also eventually. It's wild to think about playing a different game on Tuesday. Puzzle says, now to decide if I want to try out Mortville Manor and Black Sect. Yeah, like I thought I would be fine with skipping Mortville Manor just because I watched Maple Mystery play a little bit of it. But I think I might want to play it for myself now. I'm definitely going to take a long break from Longcore games. I want to play some shorter games for a while, but I'm definitely definitely interested in checking out their other stuff. Sakanako says the voice synthesis seemed to have more expression in the Amiga version. Interesting. I don't think... So I played with the Amiga version a little bit, but I've tried not to do too much in it just to, not spoil the surprises for when we do check out that on stream. So I don't think I've actually heard the speech synthesis yet. But I'm not surprised that it's better. As far as I understand, like that was something kind of built into the Amiga, whereas they probably had to either create something from scratch for DOS or, maybe license something that somebody else had made. But definitely the sound hardware on the Amiga seems like it was pretty advanced compared to what you find in a typical DOS game. Old School J says this version has some of the best low color pixel art I've ever seen. Yeah, everything is 16 color, and like every screen looks so good. And I love how many different versions of each scene there are. And like all the different versions of each scene just look pretty great. Very impressive. Maple Mystery said, I wonder why they redid the art. Yeah, I was wondering that too. Yeah, it'll be interesting to fully check out the Amiga version. Like, I feel like they must have decided that they needed to take out the animation, and then I wonder if maybe after doing that, they felt like they could, redo the art in a static form in a way that was, kind of helped make up for the lack of animation or something. But it'll be interesting to compare more closely. Res Mason, who I believe is the speedrun record holder for Transfer Point, the game I made in World Builder. Res Mason says the speedrun record of Transfer Point is only 30 seconds shorter than the speedrun record of Maupiti Island. Nice. Res Mason has been one of the people helping playtest that. Coloring contest. Oh, thank you for the reminder, Hinton. So Hinton last week suggested we do a coloring contest with the Transfer Point cover. And I took that suggestion very seriously. I'm copying a link here. Oops. What? So confused about my keyboard shortcuts after playing Windows for a couple of days. Okay, so there's the full details on the Transfer Point coloring contest. So I wanted to give, initially I said that I would give away a prize of one photoshopped JPEG of a trophy and or other prize of equal or greater in value. I did want to come up with a fun, small prize to encourage people to participate. And what I came up with was one of a small selection of games. And I wanted to pick developers that I appreciate a lot and want to support. So the choice of games, if you win the coloring contest, are Perfect Tides by Meredith Gran on itch, GOG, or Steam, Twilight Oracle or Blood Nova by Cosmic Void, that's on itch or Steam, The Zen of Kayaking by Pixel Turkey and Game Dev Jeff, that one's only on itch, Sybil or We Met in May by Nina Freeman, available on itch or Steam. So if you win the coloring contest, you will get your choice of one of those games. There are very few rules about the coloring contest. You can approach it however you like. I did eventually add the note, please don't use any kind of like generative AI unless you are an artificial general intelligence like Silverstreak. I hear there's this game Riven that might interest you. I definitely want to stream the new Riven. I will probably wait a while. Like I think I want to do a small like HyperCard stream series where I spend a stream showing just little bits of some different HyperCard games that I think are cool, and just kind of talk about HyperCard, and then we'll check out Myst, which is of course the most well-known game made in HyperCard. Best-selling game ever for many years. And then I think after that, just because I'm excited about it, we'll check out the new Riven remake that just came out today. I'm not sure when that'll happen. That'll be probably a Friday thing. So probably after I finish the painting and release the game and stuff. But that's definitely something I would like to check out. Maple Mystery says you have to do Mortville. Okay, I will commit to it. But again, I need a little break from Longcore games. You'll actually understand that game. That is exciting. Yeah, I think we'll have a fun time with that. Oh, Old School Jay says, I would legit love you to take on Cendric's Quest. That's a game that Jay was playing last night. I got to write that down. I almost looked that up. I will definitely think about it. It looked pretty interesting, and it definitely seemed like a weird game that's up my alley. Let's see, I'll just write it. Oh, right. I made a note on my computer somewhere for game suggestions. Where did that go? Let's make a new one for now. Cendric's Quest. Thank you for the suggestion. I'm going to start bugging everyone to play that now. Nice. Okay. I'm continuing to catch up on chat here. One day I will catch up and finally wrap things up for the night. Adapted from Hitchhiker's Guide. Why not take this game and share it with your friends? Because you stupid machine, I want to keep them. That's great. Okay, I'm gonna figure out who we can raid here while I continue to catch up on chat. I can't believe I beat this game. Like, I'm going to be in shock about that for probably the next 24 hours. I'm going to wake up tomorrow and it's going to hit me that I finally finished this game, and I'll be surprised by it all over again. Sakanaka says, when I was a kid, I loved HyperCard so much, but when I tried Myst, I never even considered that it could be that. But playing it as an adult immediately struck me as HyperCard-like. Yeah. Like, they did a lot of things that weren't really possible in HyperCard by itself. Like, most of all, color. Like, HyperCard did not support color, so they like used a plugin to add color support. Another streamer, Uli Witness, is a much more of a HyperCard expert than I am. He's looked at like the actual like HyperCard stacks, and like if you open those up, like everything is pretty much blank because like all the art is done like outside of the base HyperCard engine. Oh boy. Cobra Commanda is playing Leisure Suit Larry 7. I'm always I never know what to think of a Leisure Suit Larry, especially the later ones. Let's see, we got Atari Beer Pong playing Dungeon Master. We'll probably pick one of those. Very excited to hear what people think of the Riven remake. So far, like, I've heard nothing but great things. Just from like, early reviewers that got a chance to play it early. Like in what I've seen, like I watched Silver Streak play the demo, like it looks like exactly what I remember of that game, but like it's in full 3D, which is just really impressive. Like that sounds like that's exactly what I would want out of a Riven remake. I'm also excited about Riven because I remember so little about it. Like the beginning areas at least look super familiar when I see them. Like there's a lot of visuals that are familiar to me, but I do not remember how any of the puzzles work. So it'll be neat to figure those out again. I doubt I will remember any of the details of those. Wish they would offer a complete pack with all the most updated remakes of Myst, Riven, etc. Have original CD-ROMs, but don't want to buy the updates piecemeal. Yeah, actually, I have on my shelf here, I recently picked up a copy of the original Myst, the HyperCard version, because I knew I wanted to play that on stream at one point. And like, I honestly don't remember. Like, it's possible I never owned that game. I had a friend whose dad was a Mac developer. So they had lots of Macs in the house and always lots of Mac games. So like it's possible I only ever, borrowed his version or something. I lost a lot of games in, we had a basement flood a while back and had to throw a lot of things out, but like it wasn't in those games at all. So, I don't know how I played that originally. Like I definitely, if I didn't have it myself, I probably borrowed it from a friend, but I figured it was worth having my own copy of the original. I enjoy that version of the game and would like to share that. I feel like more often people are playing the more recent versions, which, I definitely have their appeal and are probably better overall in a lot of ways, but it's always fun to check out the original versions of stuff. Oh, Res Mason says Osmo and Spelunks use Shockwave's predecessor, the Macromind Player X command, for animations. Interesting. Did not know that was a Macromedia product. Macromind, excuse me. It was Macromind before Macromedia, right? There's no winning Maupiti Island. There's only defeating it, Ms. Rai. I think I said something very similar to Unsecret Crush. I think I said, eventually Eventually, I'll have beat Maupiti Island, but I will not have won. I feel very satisfied. I was a little worried how that would all feel in the end, but I feel like even though I had to do a little guessing at the end about what happened to Lucy, I at least felt satisfied that my hunch about the question I was getting wrong was correct. Yeah, I'm really curious to find out if there's anything else we can learn that would explain that question. Because that seems weird to ask you a question that you can't actually find the answer to, but I also definitely would not doubt that this game might do that. Old School Jay says there's a really interesting War Stories episode with Rand Miller where he goes into all the crazy optimizations they had to do to make the first Myst work. Highly recommended. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, there's a lot of I was super, super into Myst and Riven during that time, and definitely checked out anything I could find talking about making of. Actually, the same friend whose dad owned a Mac, I used to collaborate with him on a lot of stuff. Very close friend for many, many years since I was pretty young. And for a long time, we were working with another friend on a game that was very much I think it was kind of like a mashup of Myst and Star Wars. But yeah, I got very into Myst for a period of time there. It's on YouTube. Nice. So yeah, I've definitely, learned a lot about the making of stuff, but at this point I've forgotten so much of it. Salt Ranger, you missed the ending. Yes, we did finally beat the game. And I also did a speed run in 4 minutes and 9 seconds, which is hilarious. A long run in 145 hours, a speed run in just over 4 minutes. I've really enjoyed this stream. This is a joke. I'm glad you enjoyed them. Rawa from Cyan had a page dedicated to the dithering technique Cyan used to pack Myst's images into the original CD-ROM. Nice. That's great. Oh, Res Mason, your link got censored. If you can whisper that, I can share it in chat if I get it before ending stream here. If you wake up in cold sweats thinking about who wore wigs, we'll understand. That's great. Oh, that's a great Macromedia emote, Old School J. I love it. Okay, I think we're going to raid Cobra. Again, I never know what to make of these Leisure Suit Larry games, but I'm sure it'll be funny if nothing else. Please add the long time to how long to beat and the short time to speedrun.com, I assume is what that meant to say. Oh, thank you for the whisper. What is dithering? There's that link on dithering. Thank you for sharing that, Res Mason. So yes, next week, Maupiti Tuesday, the reprise, the final Maupiti stream on Amiga, and again, painting on Friday. Okay, we're actually ending stream now. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you all being here very, very much. What an adventure this has been. Last December has come to a close for me personally. Here are some raid messages if you would like to join the Robot Parade. Thank you again so much. And for all the support, that was probably the highest type train I've ever had, I think, which I appreciate greatly. Y'all are wonderful. I hope you have a great rest of your week. And we'll see you around. Take care. Bye.